President Chen, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It is now 5:30 and I am calling our June 10th regular school board meeting to order. First order of business is actually recessing to closed session. And in closed session, we will review 5 items. Agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, government code section 54956.9. Agenda item 2.2, review of non-public school, non-public agency contracts for the 2021 school year. Item number 2.3, government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. Item 2.4, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. And item 2.5, government code section 54957, threat to public services or facilities consultation with district director of technology services regarding cybersecurity. And with that, I'm going to recess us to closed session. Thank you.
Okay, President Chen, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. We are reconvening our regularly scheduled meeting coming out of closed session with nothing to report. Next on the agenda is 3.2, so our flag salute. So would everybody please stand, and Peter, I don't know if you have a flag, but we have a flag here, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Next on the agenda is roll call. We'll do roll call. Trustee Corzo.
Here.
Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Warren.
Here.
And Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And I am here as well. And before we go too much further, Trustee Corzo, would you mind doing the language translation announcement, please?
Sure, no problem. Gracias, bienvenidos a la reunión. Si ocupan traducción, por favor, levanten la mano. También pueden hacer clic en el mundo que ven abajo en su pantalla. Eso es para cambiar la idioma. Gracias.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Next on the agenda, 3.4, approval of tonight's agenda, June 10th.
Yes, before you approve this agenda, staff would like to pull 10.1. It will be reposted on the June 24th board meeting agenda. So the agenda with the removal of 10.1.
Happy to make a motion to approve tonight's agenda with the removal of 10.1.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Warren. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Tonight's agenda has been approved with the removal of 10.1. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. We have the May 20th, May 15th, and May 25th minutes. Anybody have any questions?
I was going to make a motion to approve those minutes.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor. Do we have a second? Anyone?
Second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren. I
Yes.
see yes, thank you. And Trustee Watkins.
Sorry.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. All right, now we are on 4.1, retiree recognition. Dr. Roses.
Yes, I think that our assistant Sue Weiser is going to introduce this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Chen, Board of Trustees, staff, committee members, and especially our honored retirees. This evening, we will recognize classified and certificate staff members who are retiring from the San Mateo Foster City School District this year. And although, all the retirees were not able to join us tonight, we are really happy that for those who are, we could not have imagined that school would be closed from, the previous March through this time, and that we would spend the entire 2021 school year in a pandemic. There certainly have been long days, so much worry about our students, technology issues, and a myriad of other concerns. However, through these unprecedented and challenging times, our retirees have exhibited perseverance, flexibility, creativity, and the ongoing commitment to students and their education. And they have probably worked through the most difficult year in their career, and a well-deserved retirement is finally here. And it seems fitting that we're on the brink of reopening as our retirees start the next chapter of their lives. So on behalf of the district and the district community, thank you for your many years of service to our students, our staff, and the community. As a small token of our appreciation, a book will be donated in your name to your school. And congratulations, we wish you many years of health and happiness in your retirement. At this time, we'll recognize individual retirees by school site, and Peter Kazanis will announce each school, and administrators will have an opportunity to announce each retiree and say a few words. So again, congratulations.
Thank you, Sue. To all the administrators out there at our board meeting, and we'll be presenting, I'll be bringing you in two at a time to kind of ease and help the transition from one administrator to the other. So I'll bring you up as a panelist, where you'll be able to use your camera and address the board and the public. First, we have Stephanie Farmeni.
Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I would like to say thank you to Marianne Wells for your 29 years of service as our school librarian. You have been a pillar of strength, support, and resourcefulness for our school. Congratulations, Marianne.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next, we have John Cosmos.
So for some reason, Peter, my camera will not allow me to. There we go. We'll see if it works. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Rosas, and retirees. Tonight, I am delighted to honor Ms. Karen Hellman, Bayside Academy and Abbott Middle School librarian over the past 7 years. I will most remember Karen for her ongoing efforts to always make the library an integral part of our students' experience and a central hub for learning on our campus. This past year, Karen continued to provide library services and support for both students and teachers during distance learning. Thank you, Karen, for your commitment to both Bayside and Abbott. We wish you the very best in the years ahead.
Thank you, John. Next, we'll have Tiffany.
Good evening. First, we'd like to recognize Jeff Pang, who spent over 10 years with the Annex and will be remembered for his flexibility and willingness to support students wherever he was needed. Michelle Myers was a great addition to our Annex team, and her enthusiasm and commitment to students will greatly be missed. Sue Olinger will be remembered for love of the arts, including multiple creative performances, opportunities for students throughout the years. And last, Sabina Sardina is noted for her kindness and dedication to the Annex students, whom she served for over 42 years.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'm looking for, my apologies, I'm looking for our next administrator. Amanda Driscoll and Jess Noddy, I'm not seeing you in the list. If you could raise your hand, just in case you've logged into the Zoom under a different name. And while I'm doing that, I will promote Becky Stephan, my apologies, Becky Stephan. Becky, are you there?
There we go. Good evening, Board of Trustees, staff, retirees, and guests. So I have the honor of acknowledging and recognizing 3 of our staff members. Margaret Fitzgerald, lovingly called Maggie. Maggie is noted for her care and academic support for so many of our students for 15+ years. Mark Ollinger was our lead custodian for our school for 7+ years, and he is noted for his friendliness and kindness in his interactions with students. And we have Leslie Thompson, 29 years at Fur Island, and Leslie is noted for her absolute love of teaching and learning and passion for children and their success. We will miss them, and we are excited for them for this next chapter of their life. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Next, we have Beth Luttrell. Beth? Beth, you may need to unmute yourself.
It has been my extreme pleasure to work alongside Sue Wright in the teacher induction program and PAR for the last 5 years. She has a passion for engaging students in meaningful and equitable ways. And our program is way better because of our interaction with her. Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Beth. Next, we'll bring up Carrie Hazelton. Carrie?
All right, good evening. Tonight I am going to recognize Vivian Bandana, and she has ensured that our state subsidized students and families had a positive, easy, and seamless preschool enrollment process for over 24 years. The next person I'm going to recognize is Haiti Pahaya, who has engaged with students and helped support our Spanish immersion students with their Spanish language development for over 12 years. And the last person I'm going to recognize tonight is Miriam Santos, who has worked with her team to create a vibrant and enriched Spanish immersion preschool program for over 17 years. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Carrie. Next, we have Patrick Hurley.
Good evening, everybody, and I'm here to honor Kathy Palufo. It is hard to imagine Foster City School without Kathy Palufo. Personally, she has made me laugh every single day for the 5 years that I've been there. But more importantly, as our school office specialist, Kathy has been the first person that families and our students meet when they come for their first day at Foster City School, and her warmth and kindness have let them know that they are safe and cared for. Congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Amanda Driscoll.
Good evening. It is a great honor this evening to recognize and congratulate Laurel Studebaker for her 35 years of teaching. She showed her students how to create, play, to love learning, and demonstrate it in their own way. Congratulations, Laurel Studebaker. Next, I would like to recognize Janice Leong, the Language and Literacy TOSA at Baywood Elementary. As a reading specialist and TOSA at Baywood, she has achieved great success. Teaching students to read is definitely her expertise, and her love of teaching is very evident. Congratulations, Janice Leong.
Thank you, Amanda. I think we are missing a couple of principals. Need to look to make sure I'm not missing anybody. not sure if there are a couple principals that might have some technical difficulties. So let me just read off the names of the individuals to recognize that their service and thank them for their service to our district. Felipa Mabira, thank you for your years of service to our district. I was looking for Jess, but I could not find her. And then Palmira
Sorry, I
Lucia.
think I see Jessica with the hand raised. I don't know if that's the one you're looking for, but I just wanted to.
Jessica, is this Jessica Naughty?
This is, yes.
Jessica Naughty, there you are. Sorry, I did not see your full name, so I was not sure if that was you. Hold on one moment. Thank you, Noelia.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, Jessica, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to say congrats to Felipa and just thank you for your service and the smile. Felipa is the best smile in the universe. Thanks, Felipa. We love you.
Thank you, Jessica. Okay, and then just in case the administrators joined, but the Zoom name was also different, is Carrie Betty or Jeanette Ramirez, if you could raise your hand. Okay. Palmira Lucia, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, paraeducator from Fiesta Gardens. We thank you for your service and congratulate you on your retirement. And then Pedro Wolof, the SOA and SSA, also at Fiesta Gardens. Again, thank you for your service. We also have Judith Davis and Yvonne Schilling from Highlands Elementary, both teachers who are retiring. Thank you, and I hope that all of our retirees have a very long, happy, and healthy retirement.
And thank you all for all your service. I don't know if any of the board members want to say anything. I know Trustee Corza is clapping there. I'll just start it off, and I mean, just doing a quick math, it seems like we have probably over 300 years of service to our district. I really do miss this part of the year, besides not attending graduations and promotions. During this board meeting, when we celebrate the retirees, usually the family members are here and everyone is here, and we usually have a little bit of a celebration and cake. But unfortunately, we are still dealing with our pandemic year. And so it's a little bittersweet, but I really do want to recognize all the retirees for all your service throughout our district. Thank you for everything you guys have done for our students and the district and our community. Thank you. Anyone else want to say anything before we move on?
Yeah, I'll just, I also want to thank everyone. It's a lot of time and dedication to our district, and we're grateful. Thank you so much.
And I'll just echo what Trustee Corzo and Trustee Chin have said. Thank you so much for your dedication to our students and our children of San Mateo and Foster City. And thank you for stepping up to educate them and help them become better people than when they started their education journey. Thank you.
Well, then I'll say thank you as well, since we're all chiming in. I just really wanted to thank everyone and congratulate all of the retirees on your service with kids. And I wanted to thank you for dedicating your career to making kids, providing future for the kids and for teaching all of our students. I do want to say that although maybe for teachers and staff that you may see kids for just a year or a couple years at a time, but really the impact lasts a lifetime on them. So thank you.
Echoing what my fellow trustees have shared, thank you all so much for your dedication to our students and to the district. I hope that you all have some excellent and fun plans for your retirement, some trips in the works. Now that that's a possibility. So thanking you so much, and enjoy.
So I know that unfortunately we can't, again, have people, or actually we invited people over here, but no one's here in our boardroom. But what I would love to do, if the board would entertain a brief second, just a round of applause for all the retirees, please. That'd be great. Dan. That's a little awkward, right? But thank you for everything that you guys have done. It's just shows the true dedication that you guys all have to our students. So we really appreciate it. Okay, we are moving on to item 5.1, public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. Peter, would you mind opening up public comment?
For those in the audience and who may be joining us for the first time, for those that they would like to make public comment on a non-agenda item, in other words, not to be discussed later by the board, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now, and I'll call you on you one at a time. President Chin, how much time would you like to give for public comment tonight?
Let's go with our normal 3 minutes, please.
3 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, first we have Pamela, then after Pamela will be Ann. Pamela, go ahead. Okay. Let me try something different. That doesn't seem to be working. Let's try Ann. Ann, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ann. We can hear you.
Hello, board members and Dr. Rosas. My name is Anne Pesquier, and I have 4 children who went through this district, and all of them were denied access by the math department to compact math classes for the last 8 years. After multiple emails, phone calls, and finally a meeting with Dr. Rosas, 2 of them were finally placed in compact math and did perfectly well. Child number 3 completed AP Calc AB and will take AP Calc BC next year. And child number 4 will begin in Algebra 2 in San Mateo High after attending this year an online class in geometry at UC Scout that cost us $800 because the district canceled all geometry classes 15 days before returning to school this year. Let's talk about equity. I want to talk about the decision of having counseling compact math class in 6th grade and have 6th grade students in heterogeneous math class. The reason behind this change was equity, and it will apply to all 6th graders. Well, not exactly, because it seems that high-performing students from Bayside STEM Academy will be placed in their own homogeneous 6th grade classes. So for equity reason, every student needs to be placed in the same 6th grade class, but some of them not exactly. It seems something is wrong for me. The exception doesn't comply with the reason given to make the change. This is not very equitable. If I were a parent of the district next school year, I would want my kids to go to the homogeneous class at Bayside. My kids will have a better chance to learn more there. The board should instruct the district to revise their decision concerning this equity breach. Also, I would like to inform the board that the tests selecting students who have access to compact math class are also not equitable. Students from 6th grade taking the district test this year in order to have access to the 7th grade compact math class are asked questions from the 7th grade curriculum, concepts they didn't learn in their regular math class. The consequence of those type of tests is that only students who have tutors or who participate in after-school math programs are chosen to access the compact math class. Again, not very equitable. I would encourage the board to ask the math department to review the selection process and provide more equitable tests based on the knowledge of the students when they learn in class, not outside the class. Hence, students will be chosen based on their knowledge learned in class and not on their parents' level of income. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Anne, for your comments. Next on the agenda is 5.2, public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. 5.3, foundation and committee reports. Does anybody have anything they would like to report out?
I will just report out that Trustee Corzo and I met with the leaders of the CDAC, and we were just brainstorming about the direction CDAC can take in the upcoming school year, as well as seeing if they can, or seeing how we can get more input from them as a board and get more input on where our special education students stand, as well as where we can direct the program to go.
I was just going to report that since our last meeting, we had our coffee chat. It was Dr. Rosas, President Chin, and myself. And then just last week, the same group of folks that I just mentioned, plus Diego, we all met with the Foster City Council liaison group, and we introduced Diego to them and got a brief update on kind of the construction that's going on in Foster City. And that's it.
Go ahead, Trustee Corzo.
I will share. Okay. There was a DLAC meeting this week, and in the meeting, the plan, the roadmap for English learners was shared, and there were lots of updates given, as well as, again, like an overview of the roadmap and like priority areas for the next 3 years. And there was also a review of the previous roadmap. And something really struck out to me that I'll share. And I'm still trying to like process this. But there was some data shared around reading for our 3rd and 5th grade students, and this was data from 2018 to 2019, so pre-pandemic, and I just want to stress that, pre-pandemic. And this data, I'm sorry, it's like, it's really upsetting to me. And I think it's something like we really need to dig deep into. So I'll definitely request this later on in our future agenda items. But basically for 2018 through 2019, both 3rd and 5th grade English learners, only 3% were reading at grade level. And for folks that like don't have like a comparison, this is not normal. It's not data that is similar to other districts or to even districts that have higher poverty rates or higher socioeconomic disadvantaged students. So it's really something that I think we need to really spend a lot of time thinking about, because this is, again, pre-pandemic, and it's not okay. And I don't understand, and this is elementary data, right? And I know that, our English language coordinator primarily focused on middle school. But yeah, other than that, there were other metrics shared, and basically feedback given to whether the strategies in the roadmap were wanting to be continued or changed or whatnot. And then I've also been part of the also the Sanctuary Task Force meetings, and those meetings are we're going to just focus on digging kind of into that data that I just shared, and thinking deeply about it and what it means, and whatnot. And then also, we'll have a meeting soon to talk about whether we'll continue working over the summer. So that's it for now.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Corzo. I don't know, Trustee Watkins, did you have anything or no? Okay. So beyond, thank you, Trustee Proctor, for mentioning the Foster City Liaison meeting. We also had a communications committee meeting yesterday where we focused on the LCAP and the family engagement piece in the LCAP. I will definitely say it was a really good conversation about next steps in our communication. One takeaway that, if I could just say that while everyone was chiming in with different communication issues that have happened over the last year, one takeaway that what I heard and what I think is relevant for us is that as we have moved into sort of this two-dimensional Zoom world, some of the communications that our families have received actually have changed as well. Some people actually don't want emails anymore. Some people only want text messages. And some people really liked all the emails. And also sometimes paper is still king. So when we talk about how a lot of the PTAs and back to school, they're all prepping the information for the next school year now. Some of it still goes back to paper because a lot of times when parents get their return to school handbook, that's paper bound and stuff, that's the time when people fill out all the information. So while sometimes it might be obvious that we would move to more of a digital setup, in some circumstances, paper is still king. So I just wanted to bring that up. Other than that, I think that's it. I know we have a liaison meeting tomorrow with the San Mateo City Council, but I think that's it. So let's move on to our next agenda item, 5.4, which is our labor unions time for reporting out to us. I don't know, Peter, if we have all of our representatives here.
We do.
Thank you.
Brought on board Julie MacArthur, Alicia Aragon, and Heather Morgan.
Good evening, everyone. Alicia, did you want to go first? We should set an order.
I can go first, that's fine. Good evening, school board trustees. The only thing I have to report is the fact that the last 3 pending MOUs we had out with the district for the 2020-2021 school year were ratified last night during our regular monthly meeting. We are grateful for the relationship that we have with the district negotiations team and are very happy that this step helps bring some closure to the school year, which, let's face it, we all need. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Ochoa because I was so busy going on and on and on about how wonderful our classified employees are that I completely failed to do so. So my apologies, Mr. Ochoa. Welcome, Mr. Ochoa. We are grateful that you are the one the board chose to lead our district and would look forward to working with you. And since I welcome Mr. Ochoa, I definitely have to say something about Dr. Rosas. So I would like to thank Dr. Rosas for everything you have done for the district. This year was rough, and I'm sure it was especially rough on you. I wanted to let you know that the one thing I heard over and over again from the classified employees was how you made them feel like they were just as important as everyone else. You always make them feel welcome, and since I heard it so many times, I'm guessing that wasn't always the case for them. A little kindness truly does go a long way, and you are a wonderful example of that. Thank you again for everything you have done, and I hope you have a very wonderful, relaxed retirement, and you are definitely going to be missed. And that is all that I have.
I'm happy to go next. First, I also want to express my gratitude to the retirees. We honored them yesterday in a SMFCSD celebration, and I want to wish all the SMFCSD retirees all the best going forward. So as the year comes to an end, I thought it would be fun to take a look back at all we accomplished. This year we negotiated 7 MOUs and side letters. We changed classes 3 times. We collectively Zoomed over 50,000 hours, sent approximately 14 gazillion emails, and muted and unmuted ourselves and our students more times than we could count. So we spent a lot of time talking about distance learning this year, what was working, what wasn't working. So I thought it might be fun to review some of the things we didn't get a chance to talk about. In August, when teachers were busy welcoming students into their virtual classrooms for the first time ever, it was also National Golf Month. In September, when teachers were really developing classroom community in new and exciting ways, it was also National Square Dancing Month. In October, when teachers were barely hanging on until break, it was National Cookbook Month. And in November, when teachers were busy giving thanks that conferences and report cards were almost complete, it was also Banana Pudding Lovers Month. Skipping ahead, in February, when teachers were busy learning about air exchange rates, safety protocols, and grappling with how to safely bring students back to campus, it was also Adopt a Rescue Rabbit Month. And on March 19th, the very same day we welcomed students back to campus, it was also National Chocolate Caramel Day. On May 3rd, when teachers changed classes for the 3rd time, it was also National Paranormal Day. And here we are in June, getting ready to say goodbye to one heck of a school year, and it is fitting that June is Professional Wellness Month. So on behalf of SMFCSD, I would like to wish everyone in our district a happy and healthy summer filled with just as much wellness as you can possibly cram into it. And looking forward to next August when we return, and I'm not making this up, it is National Happiness Happens Month. And I think that that is a month we can all look forward to celebrating together.
Okay, so thank you, Julie. That was actually really entertaining. I appreciate your words. Okay, so good evening, school board trustees and Dr. Rosas. I am here again on behalf of SMFCSD. First, I just wanted to extend our deepest appreciation to our retirees this year and thank them for their dedication to our schools and our students. It's a lifetime of devotion, and it's a career that is definitely out of love. So we really do appreciate all of you giving us your lives for our schools and for our kids. We are right in the thick of wrapping up school for this year while already deeply engaged in the planning process for opening school in August. Site principals and APs are excited to be able to offer some in-person celebrations for our promoting 5th and 8th graders. And while this is exciting, it has also challenged us to come up with ways to do this safely and considering the current CDPH guidelines. I would like to mention also that unlike years past when we were able to use other venues, especially for the middle school promotions, we are all using our own sites this year. This has been challenging not only for logistics, but also for our wonderful M&O department, which has been given the very difficult task of getting all 21 of our campuses ready at the same time. Our sincere appreciation to Mark Herrera and Andrew Delgado for leading that work and making our schools ready for the celebrations. Plans for the fall semester are underway, including scheduling, enrollment, and staffing, which means a great deal of time dedicated to recruitment, interviewing, and hiring to ensure that we have the best employees ready for students in August. Additionally, we are working with Ed Services and Student Services to determine the best ways to address the transition back to in-person learning in the fall and the smartest allocations towards providing post-pandemic support for our students. We are all ready for some necessary time this summer for our own families and ourselves. Due to the pandemic, this was not a luxury that we were afforded last year. So we are deeply grateful that our county health continues to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather, Julie, and Alicia for your updates. We really appreciate all your comments. And Julie, that was definitely entertaining. Thank you. Next on the agenda is 5.5 announcements. Does anyone from the board have any announcements they would like to make?
I have one announcement. I wanted to share that on Saturday at 11 a.m. in Redwood City, there's a rally and march for Black and Brown Lives. It's a year after Coalition Z organized the rally in San Mateo. And it's really seeking to answer the question, it's been a year since we all marched, what has changed? And so really just thinking about what we know about the statistics in San Mateo County, the work that is or isn't happening, and really thinking about how we achieve the accountability, justice, and protection that our communities continue to demand. So would be great to have as many folks attend as possible. There's a great lineup of speakers, performances. It's going to be both a fun event, but also a really impactful event. So I hope that folks are able to attend, and you can feel free to reach out to me with any questions. It's a little bit more context and information online. There's a Facebook event. There's also an op-ed that I co-authored with 2 other folks that was in the Daily Journal today that gives a little bit more context. So reach out if you have questions, and hope to see you there.
I'd like to share an event that is co-hosted by the Sanctuary Task Force and the County of San Mateo. It's an event in Spanish about Medi-Cal and CalFresh. So if you know families that have questions about those topics, please share and spread the word. And oh, sorry, it's Monday at 7:30, and you can find the Google Meet info on our website.
Okay, thank you for those announcements. I also have 2 announcements. I just want to get everyone an update. Last Wednesday, yesterday, was actually our final San Mateo County elected officials COVID update. And so I know that we've all sort of taken turns on those calls. For those who don't know, back when the pandemic started, the County of San Mateo opened up their emergency office center, the EOC, and immediately started coordinating emergency operations as it dealt with the pandemic. We got updates 3 times a week, then it dropped down to 2 times a week, then to once a week, and then once every other week. And yesterday was our final meeting as June 15th approaches. And while COVID has not gone away, the need for these meetings have sort of disappeared, but or not disappeared, but aren't needed as much. So I just wanted to give everybody an update on that and where we were. San Mateo County Manager Mike Callaghy gave a really good historical update of the actual pandemic and where we were and what we dealt with at the very beginning of the pandemic and where we are today. And so where we are today is that we are at 85% of those 16 and over have received at least their first shot. and so of the vaccination. I think my county manager, Mike Callaghy, would like San Mateo County to get to 90% of those 16 and over, but it's going to be a tall task as we've sort of slowed down and we're at 85.2. For those who are wondering, those in the age group of 12 to 15, which did get emergency authorization from the FDA for vaccinations, of our San Mateo County population, we are at about 54% of that age group has received their first shot. So I know that obviously COVID is not going away, but just want to encourage everyone to get your vaccine, wear your mask, and still sort of social distance as much as you can as we sort of deal with the end of the pandemic, at least. Well, maybe it's not the end, but still deal with the effects of it. My second announcement actually is still related to San Mateo County. The San Mateo County Emergency Rental Assistance Program is still in effect. This provides rental assistance for both landlords and renters. There's still millions of dollars available for rental assistance. And so if anybody needs rental assistance help, you can definitely reach out to San Mateo County and submit an application. And that is under, again, the San Mateo County Emergency Rental Assistance Program. So those are the two announcements I have. If there's anyone else who has an announcement. Oh, Lisa,
Yeah,
go ahead.
actually, just to dovetail on your announcement of the COVID vaccine, I just wanted people to be aware that on Saturday the 12th, there will be a sensory-friendly COVID vaccination clinic sponsored by Bay Area Community Church and Sequoia Hospital. And included will be social stories and just a very sensory-friendly setting. You can sign up for it at bacc.cc/clinic. The address is 749 Brewster Avenue in Redwood City. And all the information is on the website. And yes, they are vaccinating 12 to 15-year-olds as well as 16 and over. So I just want to make sure that our students and our families that deal with sensory processing disorders and other sensory issues realize and know that they have that opportunity to have a little bit friendlier place to get that jab.
Great, thank you, Trustee Warren. Also, just if anyone is taking their children to the San Mateo County Fair, you can get a vaccine at the county fair and get free admission. So I know there's promotions out there for everyone to try and get vaccinated. Okay, moving on to 5.6, Superintendent Report, Dr. Roses.
Yes, we have a very busy agenda this evening, so I'll make my remarks short, but I do want to recognize our retirees. I wish you well in this next stage of your lives. I hope that you have time now for your family, for your friends, volunteering, walks, gardening, art, music, whatever it is that you've always wanted to spend time doing. And I look forward to joining you soon. It is the end of the school year, and many of you will be on well-deserved summer break by the time that I attend my last board meeting. Throughout the year, I have thanked you for your support of our students, families, and one another, but I just want to take this opportunity to thank you one more time. Thank you for all you have done. As you go into the summer and the year ahead with a new superintendent, I encourage you to bring back all that you loved most about brick and mortar schooling, and also the new practices that were successful during distance learning. Marry those strategies and reimagine where you go from here. Now's the time. Now's the time to try new things. As for fall requirements, we are still waiting for direction. We do have indications that there will be a requirement for mask wearing, continuing with our ventilations practices and hand hygiene. We're not sure about distancing, which is important for determining our lunch schedules. District and site staff and the Stakeholder Advisory Committee will be involved in working out those details as we have them, and we'll share them as soon as we do. And finally, on July 1, Diego Ochoa will take the helm. He has been able to take vacation time from his work in Hollister to come to our district and meet some of our staff, families, and even to engage in a variety of our standing committees. Usually we do not have this kind of transition time, and it is giving everyone a chance to plan for a terrific year ahead. I'm excited for all of you and this new chapter in the history of the San Mateo Foster City School District. So again, thank you and best wishes for a wonderful summer and a year filled with positive energy.
Thank you, Dr. Roses, for your comments. We really appreciate all the time and effort that you have made while you weren't announced on the retiree list. Your name was listed there, but we know that we have you for at least one more meeting on the 24th. So, and that is after June 15th. And while we did invite everybody to come attend our meeting, unfortunately, nobody wanted to come sit with us tonight here. So I hope that we do have some people in attendance on June 24th, as that will be your last meeting, and we will definitely try and celebrate and hopefully have some cake. Okay, moving on. Proposed consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one motion in the form listed below. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion, unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be removed and discussed from the consent agenda. The superintendent and staff recommend approval of all consent items. Movement of any recommended consent item is appropriate at this time. Does any board member request? Okay, yes, thank you. Go to
Yes,
Trustee Warren.
I would like to pull 6.2.6 from the consent agenda. I believe a math curriculum adoption deserves some discussion around it. At the same time, I would also like to mention that we are paying out for special education to an NPS, Pine Hill School, $13,733. And then to Burkhart, which is a specialized school for autism, $90,000. I just want to make sure that the public is aware what we're spending in terms of NPS schools.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Warren. Trustee Watkins, do you have something?
I was going to pull the same item.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have anything they would like to pull? Peter, would you mind asking the public?
Yes, if there's any members of the public that would like to pull it, any of the consent items under agenda item 6 for board discussion, please raise your hand. Okay, we have Randy. Randy, what item would you like to have pulled for board discussion?
I also am concerned about 6.2.6 and would respectfully request that, in fact, that you move that item to adjoin with the LCAP discussion, because that curriculum adoption is intertwined with the LCAP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Randy. Okay, there are no other hands for pulling agenda items, President Chin.
Okay, thank you, everyone there. So we will need to approve the consent agenda minus 6.2.6 first, and then we can address that. And then Dr. Roses, I do have a question about that. So does anyone want to make a motion about the consent agenda?
Can I make a motion with a comment, please? So I'm not going to pull them, but I did just want a quick comment that I would like for us to consider moving forward. And I think I've mentioned this in the past. 637, 638, 639 are focused on food for our students, which I think is a really important conversation for us to be discussing about. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. So I don't want to pull them. I think we need to move forward with them for now, but I would like to flag that as something that I think is important for our board to discuss as we continue to move forward. So just wanted to make that comment. And with that, I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 626.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins for the motion and Trustee Warren for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren,
Yes.
and Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Okay, the consent agenda is approved except for 6.2.6. Dr. Roses, I think our normal process is to address the pulled item on consent right now. Do we have ability to move it, or do we address it now?
You can address it now. If you want to change the pattern, then you probably should amend the agenda.
Okay. I don't know what you guys want to do. I am open. Our normal process is to address the consent agenda now. It's up to you guys if you would like to move this item to a later time. They are separate items, so they are, whether it's LCAP or math, they are still separate items, so you wouldn't be able to combine them.
I was wondering if it might make sense for us to, and I'm happy to make an amendment if everyone else agrees to the agenda, but because this also comes up, I mean, it does come up in the LCAP, but it also comes up in the middle school math. I wonder if it makes sense to address in that space. So if that way we just kind of have the conversation about math, including math curriculum at that time. So that would be my proposal. And if other folks agree, then we can amend the agenda.
I see some nodding of heads. Why don't you go ahead and make a motion, Trustee Watkins?
Okay, motion to move 6.2.6 to 8.3 and include in the discussion of the middle school math pathways update.
Would you, just to clarify, would you want to have it before 8.3 or after 8.3?
After 8.3.
Okay, after 8.3. Okay, thank you, Trustee Watkins. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
Great, and I will vote yes as well. Okay, so the consent agenda has been approved, and we have moved item 6.2.6 to after 8.3. Great, so now we are moving on to 7.1. Dr. Roses.
Yes, we should have two of our county council with us this evening, Tim Fox and Rosendo Padilla. They will be presenting on this item. So maybe they could, Peter, there's Rosendo, okay. Hi, Rosendo. Thank you for coming this evening. Rosendo Padilla. And then I believe you're joined by Tim Fox. Thank you. And I will let you introduce the item and explain what we're doing this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent Rosas, and thank you, Board President Chen, and honorable board members, community members, and administrators who may be part of this meeting. As Superintendent Rosas mentioned, my name is Rosendo Padilla. I'm a Deputy County Counsel with the County of San Mateo County Counsel's Office. Our office does provide legal guidance, and we are counsel for the district in some aspects. Tonight's presentation on my behalf and my partner, or one of my colleagues, Tim Fox, may be joining us as well, is to give the district a brief overview of the California Voting Rights Act and the transition to what's called a by-trustee election system. Now, the board may be well aware, you have heard this presentation before, but the importance of hearing it again is because some recent events have essentially put the district on a timer. And that timer is related to the transition from what your current system is of an at-large election system to a by-trustee election system. And to discuss this in a little bit more useful manner for you, I do have a brief presentation for you. We'll go over the high points and we will address any questions you may have once we conclude. If it's okay with Board President, I'll go ahead and start that presentation now. Okay, I'm going to share my screen, and if there are any issues, please let me know, and I will correct them as quickly as I can. So here we go.
And Rosendo Padilla, Tim Fox is on the screen in case I don't know if you could see him, but he is there.
I could.
Thank,
Yes.
okay,
Thank you, Dr.
good
Russell.
enough.
I appreciate it. Okay, let's share this. Okay, can everyone see my screen now? Okay. As I mentioned, this is a brief presentation in regard to the transition to a by-trustee election area. This is an unofficial map, but it's primarily being used for informational purposes only. I wanted to be able to give the trustees or the members of the public a high-level overview, or at least a high-level view of what the district looks like. This is not going to be a map that's going to be used throughout this process. Again, this is only for informational purposes only. And as you can see, San Mateo Foster City School District is a large school district. Currently, your district is what is referred to as an at-large election system. And the definition of an at-large election system could be described in the 3 bullet points I have here. Candidates can reside in anywhere in the jurisdiction. All voters vote for all members of a board, and board members vote for each other and are each other's constituents. That is the current system that San Mateo Foster City School District currently has in place. A by-trustee, or also referred to as a by-district election system, it requires that a candidate must reside in the district where he or she represents. Only voters in that given district can vote for the person who they want to represent them. In other words, the trustee from their general area. Voters vote only one time. Voters vote only for one single elected official. In comparison to what you have now, the voters could vote for whomever's on the ticket. When you go to a by-trustee area, you're selecting you're casting one vote for one person who is from your general area. And that general area will be defined through the map drawing process, which will be discussed a little later down the line in this presentation. We do have noted on a third type, which is called what we refer to as the exotics. We're not going to really discuss those because 1, they don't apply to school districts, and 2, even if they did, they're not going to insulate or protect the district from any potential California Voter Rights Act litigation. For the purposes of the rest of the presentation, I will refer to the California Voting Rights Act as the CVRA. The CVRA was enacted in 2001, but was not signed into law until July 9th, 2002. And what it was intended to do was to model the Federal Civil Rights Voting Act. It took a long time for California to get on the horse. As you can see, the Federal Voting Rights Act was established in 1965. And the CVRA was not signed into law until 2002. The CVRA makes it significantly easy for plaintiffs to force jurisdictions into using a by-district, or in this case, a by-trustee area election systems by eliminating 2 key elements that would be needed if this were being applied or analyzed under the Federal Voting Rights Act. Under the Federal Voting Rights Act, there was a 4-pronged test where 4 questions needed to be asked. The questions that are on the screen now and that are shared with the public were: can the protected class constitute the majority of a district? Does the protected class vote as a voting bloc? Do the voters who are not in the protected class vote in a bloc to defeat the preferred candidates of the protected class? And do the totality of the circumstances indicate race is a factor in elections? CVRA got rid of 2 of those. And you can see from the right-hand side of the slide, leaves us with two important factors that constitute the test here. And that is, does a protected class vote as a bloc? And do voters who are not in the protected class vote in a bloc to defeat the preferred candidates of a protected class? Now, that is not something that can just be easily said or proven. It requires digging into a large analytical analysis of statistics that come from a demographer who will ultimately provide all that information for a district or for a district in the event that the board does vote to adopt the resolution to move forward. Now, the impact of the CVRA and the litigation related to it is significant. And on your screen now, you can see that the implementation of the CVRA impacted at least 165 school districts, 28 community college districts, over 100 cities, one county board of supervisors, and 10 water or other type of special districts. Now there's an asterisk next to that because even as we speak, there are countless other jurisdictions who are either going through the process or who have received what's called the demand letter, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Now, the key issue to really keep in mind here is that the CVRA process could be a costly process if a district or a public agency does not act swiftly. On the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see key settlements from major cases that have come through the courts in California. They're listed by jurisdiction, and you can see, for example, the first case on there was a case out of Palmdale that resulted in a $4.7 million award in attorney's fees and costs to a plaintiff, to a group of plaintiffs who initiated CVRA litigation. That is critical here because attorney's fees come into play in a big way with the CVRA. And by moving fast enough to be able to respond to a demand letter or to be able to understand that a community is being affected by the way that the current at-large system determines elections, does fuel or does create a significant risk and liability for potential litigation. Notable cases thus far that we can speak of, at least in general terms, are Palmdale, Santa Clara, and City of Santa Monica all went to trial on the merits. On the merits means that it was a true dispute. There was substantive issues at law that were brought to the courts. Palmdale and Santa Clara lost their case. The City of Santa Monica initially lost. However, that matter at this point is actually still being litigated, and it's currently before the Supreme Court of the state of California, which hopefully, or from what we understand, intends to make a final decision on that case later this year. As of today, the most recent statistics show that so far the City of Santa Monica has spent an estimated $5.2 million litigating this issue. That's not a small number. That's not something that we can just brush over on. That's something that every entity that is faced with the question, every public entity that's faced with the question of whether they should transition from an at-large election system to a by district or to a by trustee area election system needs to pay attention to. A fact about the CVRA: public agencies have never successfully defended a CVRA challenge. I don't really know any other way of saying it, but when this issue gets litigated, the public agency is almost always going to lose, just based on the numbers themselves. The net effect of this, of the CVRA, was that the legislature, instead of mandating and directly telling all political jurisdictions that they should convert to a by district or by trustee election system, instead put it in the hands of the jurisdictions and also put the risk of lawsuit there. And in doing so, there's a very short fuse when it comes down to when a political jurisdiction receives what's called the demand letter. The fuse is short because there's not a lot of time that the district, or excuse me, the political subdivision or political jurisdiction has in order to act. And the only absolute quote unquote safe harbor is to effectuate a change, is to show an intent to move forward. So now we're going to compare, I just want to briefly compare election systems for you. I did do it very briefly at the beginning of the presentation, but let's talk about what at-large election systems are, or at least what the pros are. They're simple. There's universal, they're universal in nature. Each trustee is answerable to every constituent. Trustees are each other's constituents. And the top 2 or 3 vote getters out of the field of the 5 or 6 will win the office. The cons, though, and although I only have one con listed on there, it's the most important con. And that is that racial majority can overwhelm the voting preferences of a racial minority community as to each seat on a 5-member board. Whereas in looking at a trustee area election system, the pros for this would be candidates are elected by a much smaller group of voters. Candidates can run much cheaper campaigns because of the area that they represent will be shrunk to one general geographic area as opposed to the entire jurisdiction. Constituents can lobby their own trustee, which makes the process more efficient when it comes down to the community members wanting to have their voices heard. They have one person to go to or one candidate to back. The cons are that each voter gets a chance to vote for only one trustee. Each voter only gets a chance to vote every 4 years. Trustees are no longer answerable to district residents who live in another trustee's area. Constituents can now lobby other trustees much less effectively. And elections are potentially less competitive. Now, although some of those may sound, to be not so good, we have to get back to what the biggest biggest con of an at-large election system is, and that is the potential of drowning out voices of those who traditionally have not been heard or are usually not heard because they don't have the backing or do not have the general understanding of how to make themselves heard. The effects of trustee areas on the board. The benefits, again, potential candidates from historically unrepresented communities will have the ability to participate in the election system, to run for a seat on the board, and to have their voices heard. New or quieter voices get that chance. The risk are the provincial decision-making. In other words, my district wants X, and I'm going to do everything I can to satisfy my district without really caring what the rest of the districts want, or rest of the areas want. Schools start to belong to individual trustees. If I have a school in my designated trustee area, that's my school, and I'm going to do everything I can to protect that school. There's a new need for processes and board dynamics to continue to ensure the best interest of the entire district is served. And most importantly, board members are no longer each other's constituents. A board member who serves a specific area is not going to be the constituent of another trustee. Locally, we can see that several of our school districts in the peninsula have shifted from at-large election systems to trustee area elections. Most recently, San Mateo County Office of Education just finalized this process last week. And San Mateo Union High School District is currently undergoing the process of change. At-large jurisdictions in our general area. As you can see, there are still a significant number of at-large jurisdictions. Now, whether they make the change is definitely going to be up to them, but there are still plenty of jurisdictions out there who are currently conducting their elections through the at-large system. The next question comes, how are these districts going to be drawn? Who does this? Well, you do, the board does. And I say that because it's not going to be actually the board who draws maps. The board will engage a demographer. The demographer will conduct the work that's needed to propose maps. But ultimately, it is you, the board, who will select the map with community input, though. That's the biggest thing that needs to be, that we need to echo. the community needs to provide input on the maps before they are adopted by the board, which is why when we discuss the process in a little bit, you will see that there are going to be plenty of opportunities for the members of the San Mateo Foster City School District community to not only voice their opinions, but also bring about any concerns that they may have, but most importantly, let the board know how they feel as the constituents, as the community. What is it that they want to see when the district and the board start working on the map drawing process? Once a map is officially approved by the board, it then goes to the County Committee on School District Reorganization for approval. And that's one of the last steps. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in the coming slides. Districts are drawn by implementing and making sure that the federal laws are properly followed. And that includes areas of the Federal Voting Rights Act, such as taking equal population into consideration, making sure that the Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act, is not violated, and making sure that there are no issues related to racial gerrymandering. And for those of you who do not know, in a nutshell, because it could be a really large discussion, racial gerrymandering is the drawing of an election, or excuse me, the drawing of districts so that as to ensure that members of a certain race are a minority in the district. Again, that's an issue that can be discussed for a long time, but that's something that needs to be avoided. Then we implement the traditional principles, such as communities of interest, which we'll talk about in a minute, compact, and contiguous. What does that mean? In other words, districts need to be geographically compact and they need to be contiguous. In other words, they need to be next to each other. They need to be in some form of order. They're usually drawn by visible boundaries, whether man-made or natural. And we always have to keep in mind when a demographer starts to work on these maps, they will always look or try to have some acknowledgement of respecting voters' past choices, to have some form of continuity in office, if that's what the community is looking for. When we talk about communities of interest, we ask two questions. And those are, what is your neighborhood or community of interest? We look at school attendance areas, natural neighborhood dividing lines, areas around parks or landmarks, common issues, activities, or concerns, and shared demographic characteristics. In other words, what makes a neighborhood, what makes a community? And the second question that's always that needs to be asked is, does the community of interest want to be united into a single district? Or does it want to be divided so that it has a voice in multiple elections or in multiple election cycles? Next, we'll talk about the move. How was the move actually effectuated? Well, we have to look at the actual election code and how the Voting Rights Act changed that. The move could come voluntarily, where the district decides to do this on their own, or it could come when the district or the political jurisdiction receives what's called the demand letter. And when that happens, the district has to move fairly quickly, as I mentioned several times. When a demand letter is issued, the political jurisdiction has a 45-day time period to adopt a resolution of intent to transition from an at-large voting system to a by-trustee area election system. That 45-day time period is what's referred to as a stay. In other words, if a plaintiff's attorney delivers a letter to a district where they are providing information that is not necessarily accusing in all circumstances, but in many circumstances that is the case, but alleging that the district's current practice of at-large election systems is violating the California Voting Rights Act. To shield the district from litigation during that 45-day period, the district needs to take some form of action. If a district begins the process of switching to a by-trustee area election system, once they receive a demand letter, as long as they adopt, and by they I mean the board adopts a resolution of intent within that 45-day time period, you're protected. You're in one of the many, or one of the few safe harbors that's created by the California Voting Rights Act. So the first step is adopting the resolution of intent. A caveat and a very important point here is that once a district does that, it's capping the potential for, or the potential threshold for attorney's fees and expenses related to litigation in this area. And that cap is a cap of $30,000. As you saw from some of the figures I showed a couple minutes ago, these numbers could skyrocket into the millions. However, if you adopt the resolution of intent, that number is capped at $30,000 and it's not going to go up. This is a multi-step process. The first step is adopting the resolution of intent. The second step is to have 2 pre-map drawing hearings, and those are public hearings. So the 2 public hearings are for the community to provide input to you as the board before the actual drawing of maps takes place. And that's governed by the Elections Code 110, excuse me, 110 subsection A1. The next step is the actual map consideration hearings. But in between the first 2 hearings and the map consideration hearings, there's a lot of work that's done. It may not necessarily be on your behalf, it'll be on the demographer's behalf that will eventually guide and support you in not only drawing your maps, but advising you on how those maps should be drawn. After the maps are drawn, and when we have map consideration, we have these 2 public hearings, and they are required to consider the proposed trustee areas. Before these meetings, maps must be publicly available 7 days in advance of the hearings. The next step after that would be a hearing in regard to map adoption. There must be a public hearing before a final map is adopted to establish the by-area trustee, the official by-area trustee election map. After that step, the process then goes to the County Committee on School District Reorganization, who has to approve your plan. If the county committee approves your plan, then the final step is to put it on the next ballot during the next election cycle so that the voters could vote on it. However, that is a very costly and time-consuming process. So, and it's not going to guarantee that, one, the system will change, but most importantly, it will not shield you from further litigation in the event that the resolution, or excuse me, the measure is not passed. The matter could still be litigated. So there is no shield for the district at that point. So instead of putting it on the ballot for election, the district could seek a waiver from the State Board of Education. That requires additional steps as well, additional public hearings, but it's a process that is pretty straightforward when it comes down to getting all the steps in place and submitting an application and getting a hearing in front of the State Board of Education. If the State Board of Education adopts, or excuse me, grants the application, then the measure does not need to go on the ballots, and the final word will be on the County Committee of School District Organization. If a district such as yours determines that more time is needed to get more public input, more time is needed to better draw the maps, whatever the reason may be, there could be an agreement put in place that would give the district an additional 90 days, so another 3 months. So instead of sticking to the initial 90-day, 3-month period, we can tack on some more time. But again, we don't know if that's going to be something that will be needed, but it's always there, and it should be utilized if the need is actually there and warranted. In your district, you received a demand letter. On May 11th, 2021, an attorney by the name of Scott J. Rafferty submitted a demand letter to the district. Now, we are not accepting any of the material in that letter as true, but we have to consider it to be true for the purposes of moving forward. And that is, at that point, your district was on the clock. So in order to be shielded from the safe harbor, the board needs to act on or before June 25th, 2021, in order to determine whether your district is going to take the step to move forward with the bi-trustee area election system, or is it going to stay behind and stick with the at-large election system and risk a significant cost of litigation, which almost certainly will occur. I discussed the additional 90-day extension. If that additional 90-day extension is not needed, is not requested, or is not granted, then under the current timelines that we have now, San Mateo Foster City School District will need to will need to finalize its transition process by no later than September 23rd, 2021. That's not that much time. So the fact that you have me here, the fact that you're going to address this and take action on this is a great start because you're moving forward. The two safe harbors that I mentioned. Once a resolution of intent is adopted, that then triggers the first 90-day safe harbor. A potential plaintiff cannot initiate a lawsuit within that initial 90 days, and that initial 90-day here would be, as I mentioned, September 23rd, 2021. Again, that is if the board decides to adopt the resolution of intent to move forward. However, the most effective safe harbor and the permanent safe harbor is making the transition, making the switch. That switch would shield any potential CVRA litigation against the district for the manner in which it conducts its elections. In a very high level summary, we'll go through the list again. First thing that we need to do, or excuse me, the first thing that a political jurisdiction needs to do is adopt a resolution of intent. Once that's done, they need to hold what are called the initial public hearings. And these two initial public hearings are essentially public meetings where the community could provide input to you, to the board. Those two initial meetings need to be conducted within a 30-day time frame. The next process is the drafting of maps. After the drafting of maps, we have to have an additional 2 hearings, public hearings on the maps, which requires the posting of the maps 7 days in advance of the hearings. Then we have a formal map adoption. Once the map's adopted, then it goes to the County Committee on School District Organization. Assuming they approve, the final step is to put it to the voters or submit a waiver to the State Board of Education. Now, I know that's a lot. I know that there's probably infinite amount of time we can spend discussing these matters, but in your case, time is of the essence. A letter was received and the board needs to take action, whether it is to approve a resolution of intent to move forward or to stay where you're at. To now, I leave that to the board. Please feel free to ask myself or Tim any questions and we'll answer those questions to the best of our ability.
Thank you, Rosendo. If you would mind taking off the presentation so we can see everybody, thank you. So following our normal process, I'm going to open this up to board clarifying questions before we move on to public comment and then board discussion following. Does anybody have any clarifying questions?
I do. I would like to know about the demographer. Is there one available through the county or is that a position we hire independently?
That's a great question. We are already in the works of engaging a demographer on your behalf. The wheels are in motion, and I can tell you that it is someone who's experienced. It's someone who my colleague Tim, who's on the meeting here with us, has worked with in the past. I'll let Tim speak for himself on his experience, but again, it is someone who is just for all intended purposes, is awesome in the field.
Great. And then another question I had was, who comprises the County Commission on School District Organization?
I smile because there are attorneys on the line. I'll let him describe that.
The County Committee on School District Organization is a committee consisting of members elected by governing board representatives from each of the school districts at an annual meeting. So you may recall that school boards have an annual organizational meeting. They appoint one of their members to go to a meeting at the County Office of Education, and then at that meeting, that your representative votes for representatives to the county committee. Many of the members of the county committee are members of school boards also. So they're very familiar with the issues that you face, and there are meetings that are open to the public, and this is one of their tasks, is to consider these types of resolutions changing to by trustee area elections.
Wonderful, thank you. I think if I remember correctly, I think that is me, if I remember correctly. So there goes the promise of, oh, this doesn't meet. It will be meeting. Excellent, thank you.
I had a question about just, I know I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I think just so like there's different ways that the demographer map, correct? What are the most common ways that they can do that?
Do you want me to field that, Rosendo, first? So there's software where the demographer can gain information about the population of the jurisdiction that's trying to transition to by trustee areas, and which constrain the ability to take individual voting precincts and move them in and out of the various trustee areas, always balancing for population. It doesn't always need to be a perfectly equal population in each of the trustee areas, but the variation between the voting areas is constrained by the law. And so he'll drag an area, and then another area will shrink in response in order to maintain the balance. But mostly the demographer wants to meet with you and attend the public hearings that you're supposed to hold before you start drawing maps, and receive feedback and information from you about what your communities of interest likely are. In other words, are there neighborhoods of the San Mateo Foster City School District that logically constitute trustee areas already? Are there large geographic regions that automatically seem like communities of common interest that he would want to start with? And I think there are some obvious answers to those questions, but we're supposed to answer them in conjunction with seeking public input. But in essence, we don't start with absolutely no information, but we do invite and encourage feedback from the school board about what they already see as their communities of interest that might logically make sense to incorporate into trustee areas. And it's things like a freeway that might divide the district, might have 2 trustee areas on one side of the freeway, 3 on the other. There might be city boundaries that could be a good start. There could be geographic boundaries of other kinds. And that's how it starts. But the analysis goes deeper, and you look at the demography of each of those trustee areas to ensure that you are not only being equal in population, but not inappropriately engaging in racial gerrymandering or isolating racial communities in ways that are inappropriate and violative of federal law. So that's the demographer's job, is to recommend to you trustee areas that comply with the law, that are equal in population, and that reflect back what you have told him about your communities of interest.
Thank you. And just one more question. So that means that, like in summary, like the maps are drawn based on population, and that's like registered voter populations, or just, resident populations, or it can be either.
The appropriate measurement for equal population is raw population, not voting age, not registered voters. It's population as residents.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions before we move on to public comment?
Just had one question that just came to mind. Once the maps are drawn, what happens if, you know, like communities change or populations change down the road?
I'll take that one too, because it's something that the county committee also does. After every decennial census, the county committee is tasked with making sure that the trustee areas are again rebalanced in terms of population. So that's a task that the county committee takes on. They do it with input from school boards at times. We're just beginning sort of the process of the first trustee area elections in San Mateo County, having to make this adjustment after the census. So we're seeing for the first time the first batch of by trustee area elections having to be re-equalized for population. It really only tends to be a problem if there's been unusual growth in only one of the areas in the jurisdiction. If it's just general population growth, it generally doesn't tend to be so lopsided as to require redrawing of the boundaries. But if you had, say, a major housing development that caused a lot more population in one area and not another, you would have to account for that and maybe move a boundary.
Any other questions? Tim, it's great seeing you. It's been a couple of years, as you used to be our county council. I do have one question, just further clarifying Trustee Corzo's question. When it comes down to the actual map making, and this may be getting into the finer details, but it's my understanding that the areas that are drawn in terms of how the maps are drawn are done by census tracts. And is that true? Because from my understanding, you don't divide up a census tract, because then how do you actually evaluate what the population is in that area? Is that correct?
Functionally, that is correct, because the software that the demographers use take that data, because it's the most accurate data with regard to population. But in terms of the structuring of elections, they generally tend to correspond already with election precincts. I think it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, which are smaller and which are larger. I can look into that for you if that's of interest to you. But fundamentally, we want to make sure that when an election is called, the elections office knows which residents are voting in which elections. That's very important to get that right.
So does it make sense that it's, according to the software, do they divide it up? I mean, the election precincts are also maybe smaller than the census tracts. So would you divide up the trustee areas by election precincts then, or is it really more? I get, this is a question for later. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Well, the balancing of population, and we can maybe give a further presentation when the demographer is ready to give you information about his process. But the amount of variation that's allowed between districts is generally driven more by ensuring that you have coherent and cohesive boundaries. Ideally, you want to have boundaries that are in some way visible to your population, so that if a person wants to run for school board, they understand the other side of El Camino is not my constituency, as opposed to trying to capture just another couple of houses on the other side of such and such street to get it perfectly right in terms of population. So all of that's taken into account. It's both an art and a science. You want essentially to have communities that feel like they belong to each other more than you need to worry about getting it exactly on the nose for who's in what district.
Great, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Rosendo. Let's move on to public comment. Peter, would you mind calling public comment, please?
Those members of the public that would like to make a comment on this particular agenda item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, we have one. Randy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. First, I have a question for the board and superintendent, if you care to answer that. Usually there is an annual demographer report that's presented to the board. I think the demographer is Tom Williams. And I don't recall that being done this year. And I'm just curious if that has not been done this year, why hasn't that been done? Next, usually when I make public comments, my intended audience is you, the board. But I want to be really clear that for the rest of my comments right now, these are dedicated to speaking to the community members who are spending their time to listen in. This is really an exciting development for our community. It opens up access for folks to have a more direct voice in our school district decisions. It lowers barriers to competing, to exercising that voice in elected office. While it lowers barriers, it also promotes accountability to the trustee constituency. I'd also like to point out that our two newest board members really put a lot of time into learning the ropes before they threw their hat into the ring for office. I saw them attend meetings and get involved for years, all before these meetings were easily available online. And I'm grateful for the preparation and the time that they put in, really that legwork. I would ask that all who may be considering running in 2022 due to these lowered barriers to entry, that you start preparing now so that you too can hit the ground running. Your voice and your views are really important. Be prepared to be effective from day one. And I really hope to see you on the dais. Even if you're not considering a run for office, your involvement is required now for input into the establishment of these area boundaries. Please pay attention and make your views known. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, President Chin, we have no other comments.
All right, thank you. I'm going to officially close public comment on this item and open up for board discussion before we lead to a vote. Does anybody have any discussion comments that they'd like to make?
I'll share a few comments. I think that this is really important and that we need to ensure that those that have been historically underrepresented do have a voice and that they can affect change. So I am all in favor of this. The one thing I definitely am not interested in is spending a penny more in legal fees than we have to. So I encourage that we follow the timeline and get on this right away. And I hope that whoever's on the school board going forward, can you still hear me? Okay, sorry, continues to work together as one entire district and that we don't get all chopped up and just focus on just our area. So I'm looking forward to this process and can't wait to hear more.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, does anyone want to make a motion? Oh, Trustee Corzo.
I was trying to be patient and give anyone else a chance. So, when we first learned about this, it was a couple years back, I believe, and I was all for it then. I'm still all for it now. I think that, there's this narrative that because our board is diverse right now, that it was always this way, and that's just not the case. And there's nothing to guarantee that it will continue to be diverse in the future. I also want to point out that while we are racially diverse on this board, we're not very economically diverse. And, that's something that I think we need to think about. Another thing that I just want to share right now, because I feel like it's related and it won't come, this won't be discussed now. Maybe it could be, but I think we need a lot more information, is, there are other districts, or basically one other district that I know of, which is San Francisco Unified, that allows parents to vote regardless of immigration status. And, I think about the North Central community and how, there's primarily renters, primarily low-income folks, a lot of immigrant origin folks, and how they're very disenfranchised and have been historically. And, one Randy, who spoke earlier, she recently shared a map of North Central based on how it's split up by our what do I call it? Like our school mapping and our busing mapping, and you know, that's like another layer of disenfranchised. I don't know, I'm not gonna say that word right, but that's another layer that community faces. And so I just want to plant these seeds so that we can all think about these things. But you know, it is possible. It might not be very popular. I would really want to, you know, talk about it in a really meaningful way when we have more data and more information. But I think it's possible, and I think that it would be really good for our community and for our kids and our parents. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. But I'm excited about this process because, you know, when Shara and I ran, you know, we had 9 candidates, and it was really a competitive election, and it was really like it took so much time, so much money, money that personally I do not have, and I completely relied on folks to you know, to donate to my campaign, and it was beautiful how many people came together. But you know, that I feel like was such a long shot, and I'm still sometimes shocked that it happened and it worked out. But you know, this is an opportunity to like create a more just community, and so I'm excited to be a part of it.
I can chime in for a minute. I mean, I echo a lot of what both Trustee Proctor and Trustee Corzo shared. You know, I flip back and forth. I flipped back and forth on this as we've kind of been discussing it over the past couple of years, because while absolutely, I think that it lowers barriers of entry, it provides opportunity, it will hopefully ensure that for the long term, our board maintains diversity that's reflective of the community in its entirety. And on the flip side, I worry about the potential for kind of divisiveness and only representing one community, and how that potentially can make decisions harder, potentially more divisive, and even almost negate the benefits of the initial kind of plan in the first place. So I have, you know, and so I think you know, we're moving in this direction. I'm supportive of us moving in this direction. I think it's going to be for the best for our community, for our board long term. And I think it's, you know, the community, asking the community to hold future boards accountable to ensuring that despite representing an area, that we continue to really represent our entire district and all of the students in our district. That will be incumbent upon us as we transition to this, and it will be incumbent upon future boards. And so, you know, the work that we're doing right now is you know, equity focused and really thinking about all of our students. And I really want that to continue in a way that's cohesive and unified, despite kind of, you know, the representation of kind of more individual communities. So looking forward to, you know, continuing these conversations.
I'm not sure if I have too much to add that isn't necessarily repeating what has been said by my fellow trustees, because I believe it is true. I believe we do have a very rich and diverse community, and I believe that it should be represented within the school board. We should be, as a board, I do believe that we should be reflective of the students we serve. And truthfully, I believe that while we are all on that page of, you know, thinking of all of our students, I'm not 100% certain if we totally represent, you know, I'm not sure if we totally reflect everybody that we serve. And I would love to see just a richer depth of fellow board members. And I believe that this will offer that opportunity.
Okay, yeah, I'm all for it. So does anybody want to make a motion for this resolution? Yeah, I heard you click.
I will make a motion. Hold on, sorry, I lost my page. To approve this resolution. Sorry, I don't have the number.
I second.
Great. So we have, thank you, Trustee Proctor and Trustee Corzo for the motion, Trustee Corzo for the second. It is resolution number 34, 2021. So just for that clarification, roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warner.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So we are on the path. Thank you, Rosendo, and thank you, Tim. Before we actually end on this item, is it the appropriate time now to sort of announce those two pre-meetings that we have to hold within 30 days?
We can. We recognize the fact that we do have to have two meetings prior to the drawing of the maps and also the timeline. So we are working on meetings for the 22nd of June at 5 o'clock and the 29th of June at 7 o'clock. And our PIO, Diane Willoughby, will be sending out information to the community about those two meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. So yes, if anyone wants to continue the conversation and make sure that you attend those meetings, June 22nd and June 29th, with more information to come. So thank you very much, Rosendo, and thank you, Tim. We'll see you guys soon at those meetings. So, all right, we are going to move on to item 7.2, but before we do that, Trustee Corzo, would you mind doing the language translation announcement one more time, please?
Sure. También, gracias por estar presentes. Si alguien ocupa traducción, por favor levanten la mano o también pueden empujar pueden hacer clic en el globo que ven en la pantalla. Ok, gracias y bienvenidos.
Fantastic, thank you. Dr. Roses, 7.2.
Yes, thank you. The next steps report indicated a community interest in establishing a school in North Central San Mateo. This board continued to work on that recommendation, and with our community support, we passed Measure X, providing funding. As we've been stepping forward in this process, it became clear that we wanted to know more about what the program design would be for a school in North Central San Mateo. And we were very, very pleased that the Pedro A. Noguera team responded to our RFP and have done an outreach with our community. And tonight, Joaquin Noguera and Isis Delgado from the PAN team will present the recommendations that they have gathered from our stakeholders in the North Central community. So Joaquin Noguera, welcome. Isis Delgado, welcome. We are very excited to hear what you have to say about this new school in North Central San Mateo.
Thank you, Superintendent Rosas. It's a pleasure to be with you all this evening. And we thank you for the opportunity to share with the community the work that we've done for the past few months. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm hoping that everyone can see what I'm showing you. Yes? Okay. Just wanted to start by saying that I am one of 7 people who worked on this project. We started, I believe, sometime in February, and we finished analyzing the data that we gathered about 2 weeks ago. So we've put this slide set together since then as a way of communicating not only what we've done in terms of engage the North Central community, and but also our analysis of the data that we gathered. And we thought that it was appropriate to frame this discussion within its larger kind of context. So I'm going to start with just sharing with you all the agenda for what I plan to share. I'm going to minimize myself there. So I'm going to begin with some of the context. This work is taking place in the context of efforts to address equity in education. I will explain our task, what it is that we did, then introduce the methods, that is what we did, how we did what we did, and then the findings, followed by the implications. A part of what we were asked to do was to engage the scholarly literature and find other examples that reflect school models that reflect the desires, the hopes of the North Central community that we engaged, and then introduce our recommendations. So in situating this in the context of equity, it's important, and we learned this not only in our time with the district. We learned that there were a wide array of impressions of equity, but also across many districts in this country. Our team has been doing this work for quite some time. We work with quite a few districts. We recognize that it's important to have a shared understanding of equity. So we wanted to give you something that's very clear, and it is research-based, and that is that equity is a commitment to ensure that every student receives what they need to succeed. This is seemingly simple, but there are some important implications here. So one is that equity is actually premised on the recognition that all children are different. This is something that anyone who is a parent of more than one child recognizes that we can't ignore if we are going to meet the needs of our children. But as a learning system, a district and a school is also tasked with ensuring that every child gets what they need, right? So instead of simply being defined by behavior, a child must the institution has to organize itself to first understand where children are at, what they can do, what they know, and then be able to respond appropriately. A big part of this is recognizing that we have things to learn as educators, okay? This means teachers and school leaders also need support to build the capacity to respond to the needs. And every year we get new students, right? Which means that educators have to be consistently learning and growing. Importantly, a starting point for this work is ensuring that everyone understands their role, so that we know what children are into, what our students are motivated by, what kind of challenges they face. It's a key to being able to address their needs. It's a key to equity, right? So just some pointers, right? Equity is not about treating all children the same. It does call for defining success and what success means for every student. Some students read at a certain grade level when they start that grade, right? So it also is about what does growth actually mean, right? We have to get intentional. It requires mutual accountability and developing shared commitments to common goals. It also means that students should be a part of this process. And that usually requires some kind of change on the part of the school and the district to ensure that student voices are heard. Students have a presence, have a seat at the table. Importantly, there are a number of factors that get in the way of equity. And we also recognize that this was important to stress prior to sharing this presentation of the findings. It's often undermined or subverted by assumptions that there will be winners and losers. Some have referred to this as a zero-sum way of thinking. In our time interviewing and surveying residents of the district, but also of the North Central community, we definitely came across impressions of equity that were not positive. We heard at various points some people saying that it was forced upon them, or that it was a Robin Hood policy, that is taking from those who have to give to those who have not, which really reflects, in our view, a less than robust understanding of equity, right? But this is also not out of alignment with some trends we've seen across the country, right? So if you look at educational performance in the United States, we can see that we've actually made little progress, despite No Child Left Behind being around for nearly 20 years, and that requiring schools to account for the impact that schools have on different stakeholder groups by subgroup, right? By race and gender and socioeconomics. And so the approach that is commonly taken has been to pressure and humiliate schools that are not serving all students well. And this has never really shown itself to have the desired effect of improving. We have not chosen to build the capacity of the educators. And when we have done it, it's often piecemeal. It's not necessarily we don't take into account what we know about learning. So what we argue is that equity actually involves a shift in paradigm, right? It's towards a new paradigm. And this is based on a different kind of epistemological or way of knowing about how we are, where we are, right? Different way of seeing our work. So the old way has been that there's a belief that intelligence is innate, right? That it's fixed, that you're gifted or you're not gifted. Now, this runs counter to what the data actually shows about learning and about human potential, about brain plasticity. Most of human history has been in this hemisphere, let's say for the past 500 years or so, was shaped by that view. This is also related to the dominant view today, which is a meritocratic view. That is that we should be organized on the basis of merit, on talent, effort, and skill, rather than privilege and status. This is important. This was an important advancement, as it took us away from looking at race and gender specifically, maybe even religion, as a marker of one's potential, closing doors because of those factors, right? However, meritocracy rather, is also problematic and limited in that what we are not seeing when we assume that a person's capability is simply a result of talent or effort is that there's actually a correlation between socioeconomic status, race, zip code, and how students are doing in school. We often assume that those who have parents who are most educated and those who come from more affluent families are more capable as compared to students who don't come from those backgrounds. And there's a problem there because we are tending to naturalize the inequity that's outside of our schools in our schools. And what the research shows is that there's clear evidence of opportunity gaps, okay? We should, of course, reward talent and effort, but we also have to recognize that too many young people, too many families as well, are actually operating from uneven ground. So the new paradigm brings into account, we consider child development, what we know about what young people need and what shapes a young person's development. Over here on the right, you'll see Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory, a model of his ecological systems theory, which suggests that the human organism is actually shaped by various systems that we navigate every single day. This is taken into account when in teacher education programs, in our curricula. These things are factored in when we design these instruments and these experiences for educators. Neuroscience is also a big part of it, right? Brain plasticity, the recognition that practice matters, exposure matters, right? This is also something we provide young parents often if they get some kind of guidance for parenting, information on, read to your children. These things actually have an impact. And then environmental influences, right? We know, again, this is related to the child development, the research on child development, that an environment shapes one's growth. It shapes what one is exposed to, what one might experience, and those things have an impact on one's development. All of these things working together shape the paradigm that we adopt when we commit to equity. Importantly, around neuroscience, it's not just the students who need to understand that brain plasticity is real, right? That practice, that opportunities to receive feedback, to make mistakes, to try again. The trying again part is really important. We don't just need students to know that, but they know that through experiencing it. We also need our educators to experience that and to know it, right? So what we argue in terms of a moving towards equity is that schools and districts begin to take the time to reorganize themselves, that they can better understand the environmental factors that shape young people's lives and use those 3 pillars to guide their engagement, right? The schools actually have to be organized to respond to the known needs of students. And when schools don't have any way of assessing the needs of students and families, they're less capable of doing that, right? So this is, again, a new paradigm because it's a shift away from a paradigm that has been dominant for much of this country's history. Again, an ending, closing out this component on equity, is the role of leaders. I included this image from Peter Senge, who is a well-known scholar and leader in the work on systems change. He argues that at the heart of any learning system is a vision for growth and change and what we're about. We would argue that courageous leadership has to be about centering equity, right? Moving beyond studying it, and recognizing that there's a difference between knowledge of and knowledge of how to, right? To take action. This has to be incorporated into the vision of what we're doing. And that has to be true at school sites as well. It may also have to be true in classrooms, right? So how does this align with the work that we're doing? How does it inform our priorities? Part of that work is making meaning of this work as a collective, as an institution for schools and as a district. And it can't be one of these drive-by PDs that we so often experience, right? It has to be integrated into the everyday work. So ensuring constancy and consistency in purpose is critical. And I include this because we're sharing tonight with the school board and as leaders in the district. We thought that this would be important context for the presentation that follows. With that, our task was to engage a diverse group of community stakeholders and review research on educational programs serving similar populations to provide guidance for the creation of what we are calling a community responsive educational program that will be implemented in a new elementary school in the North Central San Mateo community. In order to carry out this task, we used the following methods. We engaged community stakeholders, many of whom work in the district or are members of the community at large who have chosen to be a part of various district committees, but also parents and educators as well, school leaders and teachers. In total, we had 90 participants in our focus groups. We also developed a survey that was administered to families of the 94401 zip code. Thankfully, we had 713 responses, which we thought was a pretty decent representation of the community. In terms of the breakdown of the 713, it's important to note that a little more than 15% reported that their child received special education services. A little more than a quarter reported that their child receives English learner services. And a little more than half of the 713 people who completed the survey reported that their child receives free and reduced lunch. We also engaged literature on educational equity, community schools, and community responsive education practices to inform our findings and our recommendations, but as well as this here presentation. In focus groups, we asked participants questions that really fall under these 7 categories. So asking them to learn more about their impressions of, their experiences, and their relationship to the North Central community. Their views on the vision of this new school that would be community responsive. We asked about care, health, and safety, curriculum and pedagogy, what would be necessary to support equity at this school, and potential barriers to equity, as well as what kind of partnerships with families and community organizations, community institutions would be needed for this school to be a success. And finally, their views on leadership, governance, and accountability, not only what the school would need, but what potential barriers there might be, what prior experiences people have had in this district, and what it would mean for this future school. That takes us to our findings. So through the survey, we wanted to just highlight just a few things. We got, it was not a short survey, there's quite a bit that's in here. And in the final report, we'll be providing a much more detailed explanation of what we found and what we recommend. For the purpose of this presentation, what we wanted to highlight was that ultimately North Central families want to have a voice in their children's education and be included in important decisions about, first, what the children are learning, second, after school programming, and third, who is hired to teach and to lead the school. 93% of respondents strongly or somewhat agree that families should have a voice in what students are learning. Additionally, 89% want to have a say in what is offered for after school. 81% would like to be a part of decision-making around the hiring of administrators. Hiring teachers was at 77%, budget priorities at 73%. And families were actually a lot less concerned than we thought they might be about a school theme, specific theme, be it cultural history or STEM or something else. However, what we did get back was, of those who did answer and say that they had a view, 49.4% of those who responded thought STEM would be a worthwhile theme to engage as a school. 21% thought language and culture, and then almost 20% said that a theme of arts and music would be beneficial. We organized these findings in just a few categories, since it was not going to be as helpful to organize it according to the 7 areas that we asked. So with regard to teaching and learning, the impression of the community is that we will need staff at this future school who are multilingual. The staff will have to be culturally and community and linguistically responsive, which meant for the participants that the school should develop some sort of bilingual or perhaps a language immersion program. Whatever is decided, whether it's bilingual or immersion, what we do know is that the community believes that a strong English language development or ELD program and pedagogy is needed with skilled literacy teachers. The school, the community believes that the school should be open to families, that it should be intentional about building trusting relationships, and that a whole child approach to learning should be taken. Consistently across stakeholder groups, we learned about deficit views of students and families in the North Central community as a potential barrier for this new school. This was not only heard from when we engaged families. Again, this was across all of the groups that we engaged. They cautioned us that low expectations of students and families would be a challenge. There is a little attempt to engage the families of the North Central community. It's as if people believe that the families don't care, but ultimately it's about a lack of accommodation to family needs, one being that many of the North Central community families have to travel to get to school, to take their children to school. This creates a barrier for their engagement in the school. There's not always an understanding, a systematic level of understanding on the part of schools where those families take their children. Again, a next category under leadership, community members said that the leader of this future school would need to be a community connector. They would need to be resourceful, knowledgeable of community resources, and able to forge those kind of connections. So developing shared leadership structures is a big part of that. Honoring and respecting diversity and the culture of the community. Having robust parent outreach strategies, right? Not just outreach, but actually bringing families in. Prioritizing families by showing that they're invited. So regularly hosting community gatherings, and recognizing that Spanish-speaking families are probably more likely to be engaged when we engage them in the language that they speak, Spanish. So Spanish speakers being a part of the school and engaging families, because we know our community, right? If another language becomes more commonly spoken in the community, we would want to respond accordingly. Instructional leaders would also need to be able to build teacher capacity. On a related note, stakeholders suggested that would be a particular area of concern for this new leader. Some stressed that they might not be able to rely on the district to get that kind of support. And in that sense, that they would be an anomaly and require some autonomy. Generally speaking, they argue that there isn't this kind of engagement from leaders currently. So this would be a shift, and perhaps it could be, this is related to the implications, something that other schools and the district as a whole would be able to learn from. As far as the findings related to the vision for the new school across stakeholder groups, folks wanted to see something like a community hub. So part of that means that the school would be co-envisioned with community members. They should be involved with determining what the school is about, how the school does what it does. So from the name to the school themes, these are things that families would be invited to be a part of. It should be culturally and linguistically responsive with teachers, staff, administrators who are capable of speaking the languages of the families. Ultimately, they want to see a wraparound service component with whole child engagement. So this includes before and after school programming that is in consideration of the needs of working families. Social workers and school psychologists would be a part of a school like this. And an open door policy so that families feel welcome and they know that they can come in to the school and speak to those people who are working with their children every day. But the stakeholders also spoke more broadly about what would be needed in the community to be responsive to need. And that included being open as a year-round institution. And they offered ideas on some of the programming that might be available, some of the services that might be available. So some of those things include adult education and learning enrichment opportunities in the summer for students that might not attend that school specifically, but also, again, for adults. Language classes for family members, internet access, health services, food access, tutoring. A lot of this has to do with the stakeholders across these many groups, recognizing that there were needs that a future school, in order to be community responsive, would need to be responsive to, right? These needs that some of them are very basic needs. So that leads me to the North Central community. Across these stakeholder groups, there is the impression that the community has been displaced and disempowered, that it has the greatest socioeconomic need and the largest English learner population. It's perceived to be a largely Latinx population, many Spanish speakers. However, it is also recognized that there are many people of Latin American descent who speak languages other than Spanish. And that is a reflection, or there's a disconnect around that recognition. And that the district will need to be responsive to that. This disconnect leads to greater misunderstandings of the community, and it tends to feed the perceptions of these communities. Again, stakeholders brought up in nearly every focus group the issue of families and students being stigmatized, being misunderstood. The term bus students and bus families came up in nearly every focus group. Many of these participants suggested that some of the stereotypes are that parents are uneducated, are illiterate, and don't care about education. And nearly every person who raised that said This is not true if you know the families in this community. It's a tight-knit community. People care deeply about their children. However, it can often be intimidating when there are no kind of, well, the opportunities to actually be on the same page in terms of communication are so limited. Ultimately, the families in the community will need to feel that this is a part, that the school is a part of their community and that they are a part of and welcome in the school. That will need to be demonstrated through access, right? Being an open space, a welcoming space to families, but also through the actual programming that children and families and cultures are reflected in what the school is doing, as well as the practices, clear practices that are intended to involve families and students. And many believe that there needs to be a well-resourced parent community liaison, perhaps both, and that existing parent or community liaisons are often not as well-resourced as they need to be. Currently. Finally, findings for the district, that there's this history that is really important when thinking about this future school, this history of a lack of support, not just for families in the North Central community, but also for teachers and school leaders. The perception that capacity building efforts have been scattered and not always followed through on. That there's generally a need for reevaluating systems of support. The principals and teachers need more support than they currently receive, or different kind of support than they currently receive. A lot of that is related to issues of equity. There is the impression that equity work has been slow in the district, not as productive as needed, and not always as focused as it could be. Again, that the low expectations of the North Central students, families are not isolated, that this is true in many spaces. Many argue that it was true across the district. And so there were concerns about how the district would actually enable this community responsive school to function, because they would need to differentiate the ways that they're engaging across these different schools. That's also what equity would call for. I close that out, and I'm going to turn us to some of the implications, okay, some of the implications of some of the findings. I know this is text heavy, but I'm going to kind of summarize, and it's here for you all to see. But the first is that, one, for leadership, for teaching and learning, we have to be competent in some of the areas that teachers and leaders, school leaders, actually require support in right now in the district. I have listed a few of the areas explicitly. So in teaching literacy, English language development strategies, command of and instruction of Spanish language, culturally responsive engagement with students and families. And there's a need to apply the equity logic, that is that students get what they need so that they can be successful, to the educators as well. Right? Do we differentiate our support for teachers? Culture has to be recognized as an asset, not as a barrier. Speaking another language is not a disability. It's actually a strength if the educator knows how to leverage it. Culture also needs to be understood more dynamically, not simply as racial and ethnic differences, but also the culture of a local circumstance. Right? Expressive culture, things like arts, music, movies, the things that move you, motivate you, inspire you, that you're passionate about. Also the fundamental culture, and fundamental culture generally speaks to things, concepts like individualism or communalism, interpersonal competition. These might be seen as the deeper aspects of culture. Leaders and teachers are also going to need the skills, knowledge, and the support to collaborate with families in ways that they typically don't in the district. We can't know in isolation. We have to develop more robust ways of knowing, and recognizing that that usually means that the people we're talking about or thinking about engaging should, to some degree, have a seat at the table, should be a part of that. Well, staff are going to need to be supported to be able to do that, enabled to do that. And that can enable the school staff to develop a shared vision of learning and clear understandings of roles. These are some of the kind of foundational needs for equity to be taken seriously. Roles, responsibilities, and expectations across stakeholder groups. And finally, that families in the North Central community will need to feel that the school is it is their school, again, through access, programming, and practice. The implications for the North Central community that it has felt, and many in the community, many who have come from the community have felt that it has been neglected and inconvenienced, the inconvenienced part of the community. Again, the stigmatization of students and families, but that there are numerous strengths that have been untapped and that should be. So some of the implications for the new school are that it will be something new for the district. It will need to be effective in areas that many schools struggle in, but it could be a model for many of the schools in the district. And it will be important for the new school to be seen in its ecological relationship with the surrounding community. Ultimately, to be responsive to the community's needs, it will need a center of health and well-being. Finally, implications for the district are that we must recognize this history of equity efforts being resisted first, and that there's a continuing tendency for equity efforts to be resisted. These things are not simply going to go away. We have to interrupt and stop the displacement of North Central community residents who carry the burden more so than any other particular community in the district, partly because they don't have a school there. We need to consider how to differentiate support for community responsive schooling. As I shared before, if this is something that the district hasn't done before, we're going to need to really be intentional, strategic about how we go about this. Again, equity is not just a need in the North Central community. This is district-wide. As I shared at the beginning of what I started with, when socioeconomics and parent education are the more accurate predictors of student learning, student achievement, we tend to naturalize, we tend to assume that children are gifted. However, there are so many children who are not from the North Central community who are coming into a grade skilled and not necessarily growing in the ways that they need to, because we haven't been able to adopt this equity approach that differentiates and is responsive to individual need. Ultimately, though, we have to demonstrate that the North Central community is valued and that its residents matter by taking action. So the next thing I want to share is the literature and an example, one example. We offered more than one example, but for the sake of time, I'm going to just share one school that is currently taking action in some of the ways that the future North Central school should. So we asked, given what we've learned from community stakeholders and what the literature says, what does the literature say based on what the community has said? And the second, are there any examples of a school similar to what the community would like and what the literature says that we can learn from? So I start by sharing with you all just an image of, this is a recent publication, 2017, on the power and potential of community schools. And this depiction stresses 4 areas, right? So first, it's important to define a community school. Community school is a place, both a place and a set of partnerships, between the school and other community resources, with an integral focus on academics, health and social services, youth and community development, and community engagement. They explicitly adopt a whole child development approach to learning. And 4 critical areas are addressed through community schooling. First is a collaborative leadership structure and collaborative leadership practices. So there's a culture of professional learning, and there are numerous other studies that show that these are some of the essential components of a successful learning system that grows together, a school especially. That there needs to be collective trust and shared responsibilities. that student support services are integrated into the everyday workings of the school. So staff address out-of-school learning barriers for students and families, including mental and physical health needs. These are things that staff are supported with. Not all teachers know these things. It speaks to some of the collaborative effort involved in successful community schooling. An active family and community engagement system strategy. So the school is a neighborhood hub with opportunities for enrichment for adults and families, as well as children, and stakeholder interaction is promoted. It's important to note that there's actually a continuum, a wide array of different community school models. I'll just say a little bit more about that as I wrap up this slide, because, well, I'll say more about it. I want to wrap up the slide. Fourth area is expanded and enriched learning time and opportunities. The hub is a real world space for learning and growing for community members, and that would be true year round. This only heard from the community members. As I was just saying, there's a typology, there's a wide range of community school models. The one that best characterizes what the community spoke about, those we engaged, is the full service community school. So this is, we thought would be helpful because this is about the theory of action for the full service community school. It has to do with pushing beyond just coordinating services to ensure that stakeholders have an equal voice in the partnership. It is about democratizing the school. This, I'm going to elaborate on, involves community partnerships that reject deficit views of families and the communities that the school is in. Instead, it adopts an asset perspective that values and builds on contributions that families and community members can make. So just that alone would suggest that the school would have some kind of way of learning about the assets, right? Who can do what? What do we have here? Why are we so resource rich? Because it is. The learning and developmental needs of students are best met when family, school, and community members partner to articulate the community's goals for students and to help design, implement, and evaluate activities. In addition, again, this mirrors some of what we heard from participants in our focus groups. There's a coordinated or school-based set of full services. Student learning and development are best served when there's a cultural shift toward democratic decision-making. There are community and parent engagement. Engagement is replaced by involvement. And usually this involves some kind of coordinators, a team of coordinators to ensure that they are able to, like a liaison of sorts, to bring in families, to ensure that they're a part of decision-making, that they get to interact with their children in academic, social, and cultural contexts in the school, and help to co-create the space. The literature is also very clear around the conditions for successful full-service community school. There needs to be deliberate focus on change that goes beyond the organization of the school to change that occurs in a deeper normative and cultural dimension. Unlike other models, more emphasis is put on intertwined cultural themes of democratizing the school through greater input from families, bridging culture and power gaps. This is something that really became apparent for us as we recognized that we didn't have as large a representation of the North Central parents as we hoped for. We had a great turnout for surveys, but many were working, right? Focus groups participation, much like the PTA, is something that not everybody's going to be available for, right? So traditional methods of engaging those families need to be expanded. This is the only way to really bridge the culture and power gaps. And that also involves transforming school leadership and fostering leadership among parents, among teachers, and among community members. A variety of forums and committees are used to support that kind of partnership. Schools partner with other groups that have community roots, groups that have credibility with community stakeholders, with families and with students, and have the capacity to bring in more families. Um, the coordinators, family or parent coordinators, liaisons are seen as essential in these schools, full service community schools. There needs to be a culture of shared influence. Culture is something that isn't so simply because we say it is, right? Many vision and mission, school vision and mission statements are simply wallpaper on schools. They don't guide day-to-day action. In the case of a community school, a full service community school, it would need to be experienced. It needs to be lived. And that would also show in the hiring, in the budget, and in the support that's offered, right? The assistance for principals in developing more collaborative leadership styles and necessity of involving parents in ways that they typically are not in traditional schools. These are some of the things that would ensure the school could be successful according to the literature, according to the research. The one example we wanted to share of a school that taking a similar approach is a school called Edison Elementary School. It's in San Diego, here in California. I'm sharing just some of the critical features of the school that kind of make it distinct. So first is the school mission statement. It is to improve student achievement by building professional learning community with collaborative teams whose members work interdependently to achieve common goals linked to the purpose of learning for all. That could sound like any other school. What I'm going to share with you next and what's below and on the next slide actually shows how it's integrated into the day-to-day work of the school. Okay. So in terms of academics, high expectations, right? Many schools say that. However, they say along with methodical planning and instruction that lead to effective classroom practices, which for the past few years, Edison has been a top performing school in its cluster. To advance academic achievement, teachers emphasize formative assessment, understanding and teaching the standards, English language development, and proven teaching strategies. It also has a 5th grade immersion program that is taught in, where students are taught in both English and Spanish. In terms of parent involvement, familiar support is encouraged and nurtured through various opportunities for families to be a part of the school. Which includes school site council, English Learner Advisory Committee, Family Fridays, Family Art Night, monthly parent workshops, volunteering, and many more opportunities. They also ensure that translation services and childcare are provided to make sure that that's not a barrier to engagement. In terms of staffing, and this is a critical piece, Edison has a veteran teaching force. They're least experienced and most experienced teachers have 15 years under their belt and 32 years. So this is not being put up to chance. They have hired people that have a proven record of being effective in the areas that they prioritize, that they as a school have said is a part of their vision and mission. So there's great historical knowledge about the community that comes with that, and a robust collaborative and collegial environment that prevails. They serve a high need community, right? So for this reason, the school has also funded a full-time counselor and English language support resource teacher. Within their counseling team, they realized that if they didn't develop a mission statement as well that would guide their day-to-day work, they might have different views on the best way to go about things. That work requires developing shared understandings of what we're doing, shared responsibilities. Again, some of these key pieces to equity efforts. So I've included here the mission of their counseling team. Mission of the counseling program is to support teaching and learning by providing all students with a comprehensive school counseling curriculum in the area of academic achievement, career development, and social emotional growth. Through collaboration with teachers, administrators, parents, and community engagement, the school counselor helps all students reach their maximum potential and become lifelong learners. They work closely with staff members. And that is what the school considers an invaluable support or supplementary assistance mechanism for students and the staff. That in itself requires people to have time to plan, to have time to communicate, and to use the systems, structures, practices, and processes that the school has developed in alignment with this vision and mission. So with all of this shared, I'm gonna take us to our recommendations. Our recommendations come down to 3 areas. The first is that recognizing equity is about 3 things. Even though I've listed all these other things already. First, it's about giving children what they need academically and socially to be successful. Eliminating barriers and organizing our schools and our staff to ensure that we're equipped with what we need to meet the needs of students. It's not about choosing who to serve. It's about identifying barriers and building capacity. This is what equity work is about. If we are hoping for a silver bullet, this is the wrong line of work. Our goal is to create conditions where the learning needs of all students can be met. This requires strong leadership, requires parent involvement, it requires student engagement and high levels of teacher efficacy. When these strategies are embraced, we see a promising approach. When they are not, even raised bars and lofty promises are rarely achieved. So our recommendation is that the district must develop a strategy to address student needs right now in response to what we've learned, while building a plan for a long-term goal of establishing a community responsive community school in the North Central community. We say this because part of what we learned, part of what we found is that if we were to open this school tomorrow, it would not be set up for success, that there's reorganization and capacity building needed in the district in order to ensure that a community responsive school is possible. So our guidance in order to do that is first to take action to provide support systems in response to known areas of student, family, and community needs. We list this first because this is what we can do now. Second, prioritize teacher capacity building for equity. And finally, develop and carry out a multi-year plan to open a culturally and linguistically responsive community school. I'm going to elaborate on A, B, and C. They're not 1, 2, and 3. They all need to happen concurrently. So in terms of taking action to provide support systems to known areas of student, family, and community needs, there need to be targeted, meaning localized academic supports to meet the needs of students who are not being served well currently. That requires the use of data. We need to use our data as formative assessment to show where we're needed. The district must tap into the community and organizational partnerships to provide targeted support to students and families. Second, we are now entering the summer. Summer academies to address known learning gaps should be developed, should be implemented. We have to engage this community. We should develop parent academy and a parent academy. And these should take place wherever the families are, what works best for them. Again, this is attached to our ability to communicate effectively. We need to empower our parent liaisons with more resources and support, enable them to be voices for the community, enable them to declare priorities. Engage in a district review. This means examining the system structures, practices, and processes across the district that shape the patterns within the district to understand what our strengths are and what are our areas of need. That should then be used to inform capacity building plans. And then equity has to be prioritized at the district level and centered across the district. We believe that we're consultants as well. Consultants are important, but there should be a home for equity at the district, perhaps an office or a director, a team that is pushing equity so that it's not one of the many things that the superintendent, the board, others are trying to juggle. right? It's something, it's got a home. The second area in terms of prioritizing teacher capacity building for equity. This involves really reinforcing, and I say this as someone who has worked in a master in teaching program, right? To support pre-service teachers to become equipped with the skills they need to be effective in classrooms. We must adopt a whole child teaching approach. We have to recognize that there are critical practices and systems that support the use of those practices, such as formative assessment, not assessment to punish, not just assessment to know what you can do, but assessment to guide my planning as an educator. The assessment that might even guide my differentiation strategy, how I scaffold the lesson, who I know needs some kind of intervention. Maybe they need more time. Maybe they might need a small group. Maybe I need to engage their families, right? Formative assessment. Differentiated and targeted intervention, high quality feedback and opportunities to retake, resubmit. And English language development strategies that are normalized, that are not seen as just extra work. This is what good teaching and learning involves. Importantly, the research is absolutely clear on this, that issues like self-efficacy, right, being driven, being motivated, regulating oneself, these are mutually reinforcing. These are not just natural. It's the nature-nurture myth. These things are nurtured, and we can support them through the ways that we teach, the ways that we engage, and the way we structure our learning time. Again, we cannot afford to see these areas as only needed in the North Central community. All students, all children benefit from this. And finally, building for the future. We must develop and carry out a multi-year plan to open the school, an educational program that the community hopes for, a culturally and linguistically responsive community school. So equity must be prioritized at the district level, as I've said already. We need to hire a bilingual equity driver of change to lead the initiative to develop the North Central Community Responsive Education Project. Okay, so these are two kind of recommendations. One is about equity and capacity building for equity for the district as a whole. One is about the North Central Community School. Okay, both will require people who really understand equity, but the North Central Community School is going to require somebody who is actually a driver of change and is bilingual. And these two spaces are going to need to communicate. They're going to need to share what they learn as they engage in their work. They're going to need to partner with communities and collaboratively design tools for advocacy. This is one way to build trust from the beginning and develop a communication strategy. How do we ensure that families are part of designing, community members, people who are from the North Central community, committed, who have experience with the history of the community and are familiar with the cultures. These people should be a part of designing. These people should be a part of developing communication strategy. That group should also be involved in the groundwork of developing a collaborative vision and mission, the school systems, identifying capable school leaders, supporting teacher recruitment, year-round programming, before and after school services, and other partnerships, as well as thinking about scale, which is something that we do briefly address. There will need to be close collaboration between district equity leaders and the North Central Community Responsive Education Team, as I mentioned before, to integrate their learnings into plans for leadership and teacher capacity building. There's too much that those two groups will be doing to not be in clear communication. And then we recommend that the district consider utilization of the College Park site for the new school. We also recommend that the district explore additional sources of funding to support the proposed wraparound services. We recognize that there are more students in the North Central community than the current space would support. So there is going to be a need as we recommend, this would be a long-term plan of building the school and perhaps growing it over time. But a way to account for those who are in the community, and currently the space would not fully account for them all. Finally, it's important that we not take action to simply respond to the needs of now, right? We have to respond with urgency to what we know now. Not doing so would be neglectful. But we also cannot simply develop a long-term plan and not respond to the now. We have an obligation to do both. And in some of our discussions with community stakeholders, we learned about history. We learned about a history of displacement and perceptions of disregard. So we wanted to take this opportunity to remind you all that this presentation, as well as the discussion that follows, is also a part of the history of the North Central Community School. And we believe that because history is now, we should be intentional about making a history that we and future generations deserve and would be proud of. With that, I thank you for your time and your attention and the opportunity to share these words and this research with you all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Joaquin. Great presentation. Lots of information. I'm going to open up to board clarifying questions. We'll move on to public comment and then board discussion after that. Does anyone want to start with any clarifying questions?
I just had one. When you just mentioned, Joaquin, current space at the College Park campus, just to clarify, are you meaning the current space that we have allotted to build a new school, or do you mean the current space where the current College Park campus is? And then are you meaning that we should consider just building a whole new building?
So let me answer that question because we have gone into great depth about this. Next steps, set aside funding and was very clear about the building of a small school, which would have been about 200 and some students, and located basically next to the Child Development Center on the corner lot. And I think what the team has said in conversation with our staff is that a community school of the nature of what they're talking about creating would not fit in a school of that size, that indeed it needs the larger space. And we know that College Park school has about 500 students now, also does already house a counseling center and some various other buildings such as a gym. So the team is suggesting the use of that facility, which does have implications of its own. But yes, thank you for the clarifying question.
Thank you, Dr. Roses, for clarifying.
Anyone else before we move to public comment? No? Okay. Let's open up public comment, Peter, if you wouldn't mind making the announcement for requesting comments, please.
Yes, any members of the public who would like to make public comment or address the board on this particular item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, we have one so far. Mia, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mia Bennett, and I'm a language and literacy specialist at Abbott Middle School, and I'm a member of the Sanctuary Task Force. I just want to say I'm really inspired by this presentation tonight, and I hope it's only the beginning of an ongoing and reflective process to really examine our systems of instruction in this district and reimagine what's possible for our community. I'd also like to share some data. In our middle school language and literacy specialist team, we've examined incoming 6th grade reading inventory data from the beginning of the 2019-2020 school year, so data before the pandemic. And when we looked in depth to see how our long-term English learners were doing, we learned that 34% were reading 4 or more years below grade level. I'm going to say that again. 34% of our long-term English learners, the majority of whom have been with us since kindergarten, are coming into middle school reading 4 or more years behind grade level. This isn't natural, it's not normal, and it's not acceptable. We have talented and hardworking teachers and truly brilliant students and families, and we can disrupt this. Teachers and students deserve to have research-based resources designed to accelerate outcomes for kids. And when we're using resources that year after year are leaving students struggling behind, it's past time to critically reckon with what the data is telling us about what is working here, what is not, and how we must change. And I really believe that in this community, we're ready to roll up our sleeves and get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Next, we have Randy. Then after Randy will be Lee. Randy?
Hi, good evening. I really want to thank the person before me who spoke to research-based methods and to using data strategically. Boy, we could sure do a lot more of that and do that better in our district. Strongly encourage that, and please ask for that, board members. And also want to thank the PAN team. This presentation was truly inspiring, and I hope that we can make this happen. I'm 100%, I would love to see this vision come to life fully as you've described it, and hopefully to most of the degree. I mean, this is amazing. And I want to also publicly state my my support of the notion that North Central deserves to have a full-size school in its neighborhood, as has been proposed. And, you know, so that raises the question of there is an entire community of learners that currently inhabit that school. And so then where do they go, right? And also, board, I asked you previously to ask this question. What about the demographer? What's happening with our enrollment? And if you're talking about building another school, how can we justify doing that when we do have decreasing enrollment? So, so yeah, like, how do we square all that? You know, it's fun to build, it's easy to build, but is that what we need to do? Or do we need to invest in our very strong community that we have in North Central? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Lee. Is it Lee or Lai?
Lee. Hi.
Lee. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. That was great. I wanted to also, there was one point that was made by the previous
Lee, my apologies
person.
for interrupting you, but just to let you know, we're having a very difficult time hearing you. If you could maybe get closer to the microphone or something.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, that is a whole lot better. Thank you, Lee.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just wanted to thank Joaquin for the great presentation, but also a point made by the previous person about what happens to the current program at College Park. I'm sorry if this has been thought through, but you know, like, I think that's something that everyone's curious about as well, because there's a current program there. Are we saying that that's going to be shut down, or what are the thoughts there?
Okay. Thank you, Lee. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you everyone for making your public comments. I'm going to officially close public comment on this item and open it up for board discussion. This is an informational item. Ultimately, I think there's no vote, but we probably would want to talk about next steps. But maybe we should talk about just discussion first. So who would like to start?
I can. I first off want to say that I haven't heard anywhere in this discussion about terminating the Mandarin program. So, you know, I do believe that the Mandarin program, being a magnet program, does have a little bit of flexibility in terms of where it's housed. I think it's important to remember that we do have an unused campus at this point, Knowles. And, you know, at this point, it does need some renovations to bring it up to compliance and HVAC and whatnot. But, you know, at the same time, what a way to be able to work with a group of people and make that your own school. I do wholeheartedly believe that North Central needs their own campus. They need to have a community school. They need to have something within their neighborhood. There is something to be said about the community that surrounds just a neighborhood school. Parents can walk to school, walk their kids to school. I mean, that's a novel concept these days. But you know, it's such an important thing. Discussions can happen on the way to school, on the way home, things that, you know, may not necessarily come up in a car. I also feel that I don't feel that it's right or correct to divide a neighborhood by every so many blocks. When I looked at the map that was posted on the SMFC for Teachers Facebook page, North Central looked like a patchwork quilt. And to me, a neighborhood should not look like that. A neighborhood should look like a solid color on a map, not every few blocks being something different.
Thank you guys for the presentation. I mean, I just appreciated the layout in general, the framing, just the way in which you engage the community and were able to kind of share that with us. I know that we, you know, have talked about community outreach and engagement and thinking about how we reach members of our community that we may not hear from all the time, and wanting to really get a good sense of outreach and engagement and kind of what that looks like. So I really appreciated kind of the breakdown of who made up the people that you heard from, and the fact that it was really representative of our community. And I feel like that's really, really important as we think about decision making, that we have a good sense of representation in kind of what's being shared. So I mean, I just really appreciated all of that approach, and I hope that we can leverage and utilize some of the ways that you guys were able to do that as we move forward when we think about outreach to our communities, because it sounds like it was pretty effective. And so, you know, I'm looking forward to this kind of being a takeaway for our district in general. I think that I'm in alignment with, I appreciate the research base. I know that was something I was really pushing for in kind of this decision, and making sure that we are both leveraging what we know our community wants and needs and is saying, and, leveraging what we know can be effective, and in supporting all of our students, and kind of, supporting them all to achieve what we know that they have the ability to achieve. And I think, so I appreciate kind of that framing, and I appreciate the case study and all of that, is data driven and research based. And I think, I appreciate the recommendations that you guys laid out. I think it's really clear. I think, and I think some of the pieces are likely, difficult to hear to some extent, I could imagine. Oof. Can you guys hear me?
You're freezing a little bit, but we could still hear you.
Oh, you could? Okay. I just got like my internet connection is unstable, but I think I'm back. Okay. I see people moving. And now not moving. Oh man.
You're good. We hear you. Keep going.
Yeah, we do hear you. So go ahead, Shara. I guess you
maybe
can't hear us. Oh.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, you can? Okay, yeah, we hear you too.
Okay, but you guys keep freezing, so I don't know if then you can hear me or not. I keep freezing. Okay, I'll just keep talking. Somebody text me if you can't hear me. Now I lost my train of thought. No, I mean, I think the recommendations I think are spot on. I think some of I guess the findings that led to the recommendation, I think, at some level are can be hard to hear in terms of some of the ways that the community has felt. I know, we continue to see data that affirms a lot of these things that I know is not acceptable to anybody. But I think these are the honest, transparent kind of framing and sharing of this data and feedback and is important, because unless we are really clear about where we are, we can't then think about kind of what makes sense in terms of moving forward. And I think that there's, as you guys all shared, there's so many aspects to this. Part of it is the school and how we support the school, but part of it is what kind of led us to this place now, and how we address and support all of our students and support students specifically that have not been supported, that are our students in the North Central community, and we know that that's one subgroup of students that we have not supported well, and there are others. So I'm excited to continue to engage in these conversations, continue to move forward. I personally think that I would love for your team, if you're able to continue supporting our district through these recommendations and to continue supporting the district, because I think we're just, we're kind of just starting this conversation around these things. And I feel like being able to help the district, our educators, our district staff, our community kind of continue to move forward and work through all of these things in a way that is actually going to translate into a school that meets the needs of the community, into actions that meet the needs of all of our students, I think is really important. And I would hate for this just to end now and then everyone kind of say, like, where do we go from here? So that is something that I really, really would think is really important as we continue to move this forward. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done with our community and our district so far, and hope to continue working with you all.
I'm going last, so everybody else go ahead.
I thought so. I'll just jump in. I'm going to be brief. Joaquin, thank you and your team for so much for all of this information. The presentation was really great. I learned a lot. Something that really stood out to me is just the way that the North Central community feels and how they have been treated. And so I wrote down that they want a voice, they felt neglected, and that there's a history of lack of support. And so I'm, hearing all of this, I am kind of excited / ready to change history there and make sure that that community does feel the support that they need. They can have a school that they deserve and that they can be proud of, and that we can all be proud of and support. And so I really appreciate that. I liked, I was quick to kind of jump to say, okay, here's a school that we already have, let's go. But there's so much more to it. And I appreciate you kind of laying out the fact that we need a specific type of leadership, specific services, and all of the things that go and make a school really successful. And I like the idea that this school could be a community hub and really a place that everyone feels welcome. So thank you for that. I'm really looking forward to kind of the next steps, but this is a great start. So thank you.
Yeah, great presentation, Joaquin. I think my main takeaway from the presentation is really about the whole child. You know, looking at the whole child, but not only the whole child, but in some ways it's the whole family. And so, and I also look at it as sort of like a community school on steroids. You know, the idea that this really, whatever school goes in, really needs to be, you know, built for the community and is for the community. And so I really do appreciate your presentation and everything that you guys have done and gone through. I'm all for it. I think it's great. I think the question just is, what's the next step for me? I think that we can actually implement a number of the recommendations that you have. It's just a matter of the facilities, to be honest. I know your recommendation is, you know, to utilize College Park. I have said this, you know, I don't know if I've said this in public, but I do agree that I don't, you know, a 250 student school on our vacant piece of property, just on the other side of the fence, or actually maybe even the way it was set up to actually share the play facilities of the other school doesn't really sit well with me. I think it sort of ends up being like a, you know, it's the school on the other side of the tracks, or the, you know, the neighborhood on the other side of the tracks. It just doesn't set up very well. So I would be curious to see how we go ahead and see what we do with College Park and with the new school maybe there. Whether we have to move College Park, I think that's probably what we'd have to do, but the question is when. Trustee Warren brought up Knowles. It is a vacant site, but we have used that site over the years as we've done construction to temporary house certain, you know, specific grades of the school or certain schools as we've renovated. We've also leased it out. So it has been really vital to us as we have done facility improvements in the past. But I don't necessarily know if moving the school all the way up there makes sense either. So, you know, so I would be curious to see how we move forward with the facilities and see what we can do. I think there may be some options, but to me, the next steps beyond the sort of the programmatic stuff is maybe start talking about what we do with the school and what we build there or not. The other thing is also to obviously recognize what the voters of Measure X voted on, and to see how we make sure that we are meeting those issues there. I believe that they voted for a community school, and so we have to figure that out as well.
One of the projects is to have a school in North Central. However, the bond language is permissive for working on the facilities at Knowles. So we can have bond counsel review all of that with you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Roses. Yeah, no, I'm all for it. I think that we need to move forward. I think in my mind, sort of next steps would be to bring you guys back or start a working group or something in terms of how we go ahead and implement either the recommendations and then also look at our facilities. We'd also, if we are seriously thinking about College Park, we need to bring in College Park's community and so that they're aware of us talking about the possible relocation. And then also the timelines, because if we did this and if we did use Knowles, I mean, you're looking at years away. So years, because Knowles is not in the right shape to house, in my opinion, it's not in the shape that it is to house a full-time school. And so we'd have to figure something else there. But yeah, I'm open to these conversations. I think it's a great start. I'm very excited, but there's a lot of unknowns. And I think we'll have to continue down this path to see where we go from here. So.
Okay, thank you, Joaquin and Penn, for all of your work on this and for truly giving the North Central community a voice in what they want for their community. And I know that we will be making history moving forward, but I did just want to raise a little bit of history that I think is important, especially because we're referencing Measure X and commitments that were made to the community prior. I just want to remind everyone that Measure X came from the Next Steps Committee recommendations. And I want to really stress that at that time, the engagement with the North Central community, and I learned this directly from two of the representatives for the North Central community on that committee at that time. They really felt like they were having to choose between, what was being offered to them at the time, and they never thought that having its original school back was even an option, and it wasn't an option because at that time there was a lot of organization and pressure and focus, and I would say even like very open community meetings that were open to everyone. And so when you think about how the meetings that have been conducted now are different, like they're very focused, right? 94401 area code, living in North Central right now, reflective of the demographics, reflective of the student community in North Central now. That didn't happen back then. And so I just wanna remind folks of that. I think it's really a really good next step for us would be to look at school live data, and I don't think that we've seen that before. So I would really, for the College Park, sorry, let me backtrack. This data that I think we really need to look at includes live school data for all of our district, right? Because we are going to have to be thinking about the future of this school and how we're going to redraw these maps. We're talking about doing, we're going to have to redraw maps. We're going to have to draw maps for our own district in terms of, for the school board. And this is another opportunity, and drawing maps is like super important. And if you think about the history of like redlining and racism in housing, like these are really important issues that are going to have impacts for future generations for as long as people are okay with it until they want to change it, just like we are now. So I think we need to arm ourselves with that information so that we can make thoughtful decisions for all of the communities and schools and students involved. But I want to just remind folks that like right now we're talking about North Central and what's best for this community and this community school, right? And that doesn't mean that we don't care about other schools and other communities, but as the presentation that we just received, like as it like so in a very detailed, thorough research based lens, it proves and shows what like anyone from North Central could have told you, directly. This community has been just I don't even have words, to be honest. I'm just again I'm thinking about that data point that I shared earlier about DLAC, and like something isn't working. We're always putting North Central families like as a second option and prioritizing other things, and it's very super clear, and we should all be super clear that like right now we have to put them first, because this is the community and these are the students that are most in need. And like if there was a bell that we could ring right now for like this is an emergency like situation, I would ring it. Like this is an emergency situation. 3% of our English learners before the pandemic like were reading at grade level in 5th and 3rd grades. Like that is not normal, and that is not okay. And I understand, and I will do all the work that we need to do. I'll engage with other communities as well and find a win-win for everybody. But we cannot let the focus be taken off of this community and the students and their needs. And I also wanted to say that I understand how these recommendations and the information that we've been presented with can be like really uncomfortable because, you know, we have other schools that are currently serving North Central students and have been trying, right, to meet the needs of families, meet the needs of students, doing everything that they can. But we have to like reckon with the fact that maybe like the school not being in the community that their schools not being exactly in the community where our families and our students live, like maybe that has been a barrier that has been too large to overcome. In addition to, you know, if you think about like, okay, the fact that our English learners are not at grade level, right? Like, what does that say about our elementary school and what we need to do differently, right? Year after year after year, we are putting money into interventions and programs, and where are the results? Something isn't working. And I think that these recommendations like highlight that. And, you know, I think we could do equity reviews, and we we need to dig deep, and everybody involved in all levels of our system have to be willing and ready to do everything and anything differently for the needs of all of our students. Because again, if we can get this right, it's gonna benefit all of our students with special needs, our students with you know, dyslexia, our students who are English learners, and you know, coming from lots of different countries, right? We have a very diverse district. Yeah, we it's not working, y'all. It's not. We've been on this board, some of us for years, and have been raising these issues and asking for data and wanting to do things differently. And somewhere along the line, something's not working, and we have to get super clear on what those things are. And I know, you know, that's in process, but you know, even then, like if like, it's just so clear that like, you know, what is it? Where is like the kink in the line, right? Like we're trying to put out this fire and the water's not there. Like what's happening? And there could be, and there are probably multiple kinks. Like what is it? Failed strategies, ineffective, I don't know, like something's not working. You know, I'm glad that we have this information, but like, I just can't stress enough that like, this is an emergency. Like we have to like do these things and prioritize them properly. And all of us, teachers, district leadership, principals, classified staff, everybody, like our board, we have to be willing to like examine our practices and our systems and do things differently and be really transparent. And if we don't have data, then we need to get data, and we can slow down and then go fast. But this is urgent. So I think we need to start working on this in the summer. I think we need to, you know, something also that was in the recommendations was after school care, right? Like we have basically a almost entirely fee-based after school program that you know, earns income for our district, and it's really expensive even for the families that can afford it. And you know, where are our spots for our students that have, you know, a lot of academic needs? That time that we could be focusing on them, like it's not impossible, folks. It's not. Other places do it. Other districts do it. Other districts that have greater barriers and have less funding have better results. Like, why is that? We have to figure it out, all of us together. I also want to say that I think the Sanctuary Task Force has been doing a lot of this work already. And, you know, we have our English language coordinator that's been, you know, organizing and supporting our middle schools. And that needs to happen in our elementary schools. Like, there are people in our district that have been, you know, wanting to create change and doing it you know, within their capacity, and that work, and that has to expand. And we have to make it super clear that that's what we need to do if it's showing the results that we need for our kids. I think that's everything. I don't know. I like, I do want to say though, I'm willing to work on this all summer. If we could make something happen that we aren't already offering for our kids this summer, um, like, I don't know. I do agree we have to create a work group. I think we got to do it ASAP, like start as soon as possible.
So I do want to let you know that Superintendent Ochoa and I have talked with the PAN team about possible next steps and starting some work. So I think that this is very exciting. It's a project that will impact the whole district in a very positive way, and I think it will bring to light um, some of the needs that we are working on. So I look forward to seeing what you imagine during the summer, and your new superintendent is well aware of this project and ready to get started.
Thank you, Dr. Roses. If I could just make one suggestion to finalize this topic, I'd love to see sort of like a plan. Like, there's a lot of recommendations that Pan and Joaquin have laid out, and it does stretch across our whole district. But when you actually look at what we're trying to do specifically for the North Central School, I'd really like to see like an actual plan where we can go down and say, these are the things that we're going to do and when. And so when we talk about community outreach, when we talk about, additional staffing, whatever it is, maybe take the recommendations from Pan and put that into an actual plan so we can say, this is what we're doing. So when we go out to the community and say, here's our plan, these are the things that we're going to do, and these are the timelines, because I think that there's a lot of expectations that, everything can be done right away. But as, Joaquin has mentioned, there's the right now, and then there's what's going to happen later. And so I think I would love to see sort of just like an overarching plan of how we're going to approach this.
Yeah.
So,
and that is, that has to come after you have received this, and for us to hear your response to the information and your level of engagement. And we are already beginning to think through the facilities issues, the building of the program, and engagement with PAN. So that's all just ready to start. So you'll be getting many more updates.
great. Thank you, Dr. Roses.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to move on to item 8.1, which is our LCAP. But before we just start with the LCAP, we do have our board policy that states we do a check-in at 9:30. And so it's about 9:30. I know we have a number of items. I just want to get sort of a heads up. There was some conversation that maybe we continue Measure X item 9.5.
So yeah, we have LCAP, you have your math pathways for information. You do have ZERN for vote. And then there is budget that has to be done. The LCAP and budget have to be done tonight. And then Measure X comes last. So I just depending on how everyone's feeling.
So I know I've brought this up before, but everyone usually says let's power through. So I don't know how you guys are feeling. Should we check back in an hour or what? But I am trying to look at our next meeting and think that, well, we do have LCAP and other ceremonial issues or items, but I don't know. Does anybody have any opinion? Keep going.
I'd like to keep going, but would it be possible to take like a 3-minute break, or else I'm gonna just take my own break?
Sure. Why don't we take a 3-minute bio break? Thank you. We'll come back at 9:31 or 9:32, please. mic check to see if you can hear me at all.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Yes.
You can hear me.
Yes, thank you. I just had to swap out my
Oh,
headset, and so I wasn't sure whether or not to reconnected.
got it.
Okay, we'll just wait for our other trustees and then we'll start. David, are you around as well? There he is. Fantastic. Okay. Okay. Trustee Watkins, there she is. Okay, great. Thank you. We're going to reconvene our meeting, 9:33. David, if you wouldn't mind, LCAP.
Just to double check on procedure, because this is a special kind of meeting, should we open that meeting?
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. 8.1, which is notice of public hearing. We need to formally open that. Is there a reading that I'm supposed to do, or we'll just call, we'll notice that as agenda item 8.1, we are notice of the opening of the public hearing of the local control accountability plan.
And we simply need to ask if there is anyone who wanted to make a statement at this point in time, or if they would like to wait and hear the presentation.
Sure. Okay. Why don't we, does any board member want to make a statement?
No, it's the public.
Okay, thank you. Peter, would you mind asking the members of the public if they'd like to make a comment on the opening of the notice of public hearing, or maybe save the comments for the next item, which is 8.2, the actual LCAP?
Absolutely. So those wanting to address the board on 8.1, the notice of public hearing and the public hearing on the local control accountability plan, please use the raise your hand function now. And point of clarification, Superintendent Rosas, on the public hearing, is there a time limit or is there no time limit?
It's the usual time limit.
It's the usual time limit. Okay, fantastic. We do have one hand for the public hearing. Hold on one moment. Randy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So just one comment is that as a engaged community member, I find it very difficult. I found it actually impossible, given work constraints, to get all the way through the LCAP in the allotted time that it was available. It was posted late yesterday afternoon. And so basically there was 24 hours to review that lengthy document. So that's, I don't find that to be particularly respectful of the public. And it seems like this is something that would have been prepared well in advance. And it says within that document that it had been reviewed multiple times. Secondly, for action number, the first action number 15 that was listed in there, it brings up an amount for over $500,000 for directors of curriculum and instruction. And it does not quantify how many positions that's funding. And I would like some clarification on how many positions that's funding and whether that's an increase in the number of directors of curriculum and instruction. And if that represents more than the current 2 that we have, what's the justification for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, President Chin, we have no other hands to for the notice of public hearing.
Okay, great, thank you. Dr. Rosas, do I officially, we don't vote on this. This is just an
No,
opening.
now you just close the public hearing.
So we're going to close the public hearing on the LCAP, local control accountability plan, and we'll move on to 8.2, which is the actual draft local control accountability plan. David, please.
All right, good evening, Board of Trustees and community. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you for information the current draft of the 2021-2022 local control accountability plan. Peter, go ahead to the next slide. All right, so just to remind us that this 21-22 plan is the first year of the new 3-year cycle in our LCAP planning for 2021 to 2024, and that the purpose of this district plan is to articulate our strategies to, first, of course, support all students and schools in the effort to accelerate learning, but also to specifically identify the strategies we are going to implement to target student groups, so-called outside the sphere of success. By California direction, that's lower income students, English learners, and foster and homeless youth. We have also added as a key priority for our district students with IEPs. It's also an important opportunity to think about how we invest in our schools in different ways, meaning, for example, those schools with a higher percentage of those equity groups that I just mentioned. So that's what this plan is intended to accomplish. Go ahead, Peter. So just to remind us that this LCAP, as previous ones, is built on engagement. There have been a number of meetings and sessions that we've held with the stakeholder advisory team, which again is a group of representative parent and staff from every school. We've had numerous teacher and staff engagements with the support of our SMETA and CSEA leadership. Our Labor and Management Initiative team has weighed in. We've had several family engagements, as well as engagements with DLAC and CDAC, as well as obviously prior input session with you, just to acknowledge that this is a lot of folks giving us a lot of input and appreciating that hard work that folks put in to inform us of the needs of our district. There are, for your consideration tonight, there are 2 parts to this LCAP. And it's a slightly different format than we've had in previous years where it was collapsed together. Just to make sure that you all in the public are clear. One of the documents is what we call the annual update. Now, because we've had a very unusual past year, typically this annual update is for the LCAP from the prior year. In our case, we didn't have an LCAP. We had a learning continuity and attendance plan. So there is an annual update in this portion of the LCAP on that 2021 LCP, but then also there is an annual update on the last LCAP that we did, which was the 2019-20 LCAP. And the point of that annual update is to ground us as the writers of the LCAP in how are we doing in meeting or not meeting the outcomes we had set for ourselves, being clear about what were our actual expenditures toward the actions that we defined, and what kind of successes or challenges did we encounter in implementing the actions. So it's sort of that foundation of inquiry that we do before we think, okay, given this, what do we then think we should do? The second portion of the LCAP is really what we call the LCAP itself. It is the document that has the actions that we propose to continue or to implement new going forward. It has some summary sections that provide overview for folks, and then there are several so-called goal areas that include how we're going to measure and report results and what our planned actions and expenditures are. There's also a section that's very important called Increased and Improved Services. That's where we identify the actions that specifically are targeted to support or impact those equity groups that I mentioned earlier on. And then finally, there's sort of the fiscal section of the LCAP where expenditures are summarized in different formats. So just to remind us of how we're organizing, tonight we're going to focus very specifically on that second document, which is the LCAP that has the goals and measuring and reporting results and planned actions and expenditures. And previously we came to you with an organization of 7 goals. We actually made a decision to not include the AB acceleration plan in the LCAP. That was primarily driven by, kind of the challenges of having sort of 2 documents in one. And if we made any decisions, as we're invited to do in the fall, to adjust the AB acceleration plan, then we would also have to adjust the LCAP, and it felt overly complicated. And so we'll just constantly talk about how we have an LCAP and then we have an AB acceleration plan, and they'll sit side by side. And you can see the goals that we've mentioned before that remain the focus of the LCAP. Go ahead, Peter. So just to be clear where we are tonight, so we're bringing to you a draft for information to begin the feedback process. It's a short period of time starting tonight. Essentially, we're asking for feedback from you over the next week so we can make final adjustments and bring a final draft to you for approval. This is that moment where the community has an opportunity to engage with you all as board members about what the LCAP has in it, and for you then to certainly direct us and offer suggestions for us of changes or improvements you would like to see made. So what I'd like to do very quickly, because really the most important thing is for you all to begin to have a conversation this evening, and then be able to follow up with us over the next week. I'm just going to quickly hit some highlights of each of the goal areas. So the first goal area is basic services. This is sort of a continuity kind of goal where we're basically identifying the essential services that any district would operate and how we want to support all of our students in schools. You'll note as you go through this section for measuring and reporting results that it's sort of what I call sort of the Williams outcomes. We have a Williams process every year that looks at the state of facilities. It looks at access to instructional materials for students, and it looks at the readiness of the certification of all of our teachers and being qualified to teach for our students. We've also added this year a new metric that focuses on diversity, particularly how we as a district are moving to a more proportional employment of teachers of color in specific teaching and staff roles. So that's a new metric that we've added from the prior LCAP. As far as the planned actions and expenditures, as I mentioned, we focus on instructional materials. We've outlined there the proposals, proposed expenditures for the middle school science adoption, looking forward to the years following for the history social studies adoption, and the 1-year proposal that actually moved off consent tonight for discussion after this item. We also talk about the strategies we'll take to employ staff, what the ratio of distribution of staff into classrooms, that kind of thing. What we're doing to maintain the quality of our teacher workforce and their credentials, and then finally around facilities. So kind of the nuts and bolts of our services as a district. Go ahead, Peter. Goal 2 is sort of the heart of the academic work, where we describe the many strategies we're engaged in to accelerate academic performance. You will notice there a revision from the prior LCAP in the kind of CASP. This is again like the SBAC metrics that we pay attention to, as well as the interim assessments. You will note that we are particularly in, there used to be kind of a long list of all the different student groups, and we had them all in the LCAP. Well, we've trimmed those down to focus very specifically on our equity priorities and those student groups that we see experiencing gaps in performance, much as has been discussed this evening. Also, in light of much of the math conversation that we've had over the last spring, adding some additional metrics around algebra enrollment and math, social emotional learning, reported experience by students. And then there's a lot of actions and expenditures in this goal area. Just to very kind of quickly summarize, there are actions focused on implementing, curriculum with a very tight and clear scope and sequence for our district with aligned interim assessments. There's several actions that talk about the data analysis we support our teachers to engage in, to then make instructional adjustments, and then to identify where they need additional support and learning to be effective. We talk often about the teachers on special assignment that we have that support those three things. That's a major investment of supplemental funding in our LCAP. There's also actions that speak specifically to, in our MTSS, multi-tiered system of support, our tier 2 targeted interventions and our tier 3 intensive interventions that we are and are proposing to implement both in-school interventions as well as extended day interventions, much of which, again, we talked a lot about in the AB 86 work. There's a description of the actions to support the recruitment and retention of new special ed teachers, of various other hard to fill positions, as well as to support our new principals. And there's a set of actions there very specifically, that Lead Elementary School has been identified for comprehensive support and improvement and are engaged in a very vigorous set of improvement strategies there, and those are outlined in this section as well. Go ahead, Peter. And then we get to goal 3, which is we think of it broadly speaking as sort of pupil engagement and school climate. It's also where we hold a lot of our wellness strategies. With respect to the measuring and reporting results there, you will see some similar metrics that we've had in the past. We've actually added new survey metrics focusing on students' reports of feeling sad and considering suicide. Obviously, coming back from the pandemic, we want to be very, very targeted on the mental health of our students. Again, a focus on the attendance rate of key student groups. There's an equity focus there. And as well as we have several important strategies that we are trying to reach all teachers and all schools with, and we want to be tracking how well we're doing in that. And so there's a metric around that participation. In terms of the actual planned expenditures, actions and expenditures, some of the things even that was referred to in the PAN report tonight about our efforts to have more culturally responsive supports across our system, including community specialists and social workers. I mentioned the professional learning on key wellness strategies, as well as our expanded counseling resources. Go ahead, Peter. Then in goal 4, this is about family engagement and support. We actually have added some new engagement survey metrics focusing on a variety of questions, including, how welcoming are our schools and our district, how well are we engaging with families and discussing student progress, how are we seeking input and involving families in decision making. This will be an important way for us to track year over year. And there's also some specific focus on metrics, particularly on how we're successfully engaging our Spanish language families. As far as actions and expenditures, there are a number of strategies, continuing the family outreach work. We've learned a lot in this last year about how we can improve our translation services. And so we've we've planned to continue, for example, the on-demand translation support that has proved so helpful. There's actions in there that speak to our communication strategies. We also want to be thinking about the ways that we can expand family input and feedback. This last year was a great learning year for us in terms of what are the ways in which we can engage and support our families to tell us what they're experiencing, and we've tried to capture those in the actions in this section. And then finally, sort of hearkening back to the earlier discussion, what are the ways we can begin to expand the kinds of full service community strategies mentioned there that we know will certainly support engagement from our families and support students to higher levels of performance. Okay, Peter? So 2 more to go. So the next 2 or last 2 goals, as I've mentioned to you before, are very targeted goals. This one specifically is about what we're doing in support of our students with IEPs. You'll note we've added some new special education teacher metrics, again, trying to pay attention to stabilizing and supporting that set of those teachers. There are some very specific metrics that are tied to the special ed strategic plan and inclusion work that you've had brought before you before, as well as adding this CSACE effort from the state, which is about significant disproportionality of our Hispanic Latinx students with identified special learning disabilities. So again, trying to build that into the LCAP. And then using sort of the same survey that we added in a prior section, but also drilling down, what are we specifically hearing from our families who have special education students? And the actions there, we've mentioned some of them around the new special ed teacher mentoring, PD, and actually continuing the tuition support. The CSACE priorities, which was to hire an MTSS POSA to make sure, well, do the MTSS work, partly supported by the hiring of a POSA to truly intensify our work around integrated and designated ELD, that first instruction that all English learners deserve and need, and then also how we can strengthen our data systems and our student study team processes. There are also, as I mentioned, the special ed strategic plan strategies, as well as the actions for inclusion, including our teachers on special assignment and beginning to do the capacity building for the instructional strategies, loosely described as universal design for learning. And then finally, goal 6. Go ahead, Peter. So this again is a targeted goal on our English learners. Essentially what we've done, Director Corso earlier on mentioned the English learner roadmap from our DLAC meeting. We've basically taken that roadmap and put it into the LCAP so that they are aligned there. Director Corso already called out some of the data that we were looking at the other evening, where we have the same CASP and interim assessment data, but very specifically focused on English learner goals there. And I would invite Noelia, if you want to look, we actually made some adjustments in our desired outcomes there based on that conversation just the other evening. So please take a look at that. We also want to, as mentioned, I think one of our speakers talked about our long-term English learners and how we're monitoring their improvement. We also have, very important dual language immersion programs, and how are we monitoring student biliteracy, as well as, again, that same engagement survey, but focused on specific English learner subgroups. So planned actions and expenditures, as I said, it's very much embedded in the roadmap, focusing on strategies for quality instruction. How are we monitoring progress? whole child supports embedded in our community outreach, social worker and sanctuary task force work, and then thinking about newcomer pathways and long-term English learners. So with that, that summary, and I apologize that I meant it was quick, but the idea is, again, just to come back to this same slide, is that we're kicking off this evening this information draft for feedback. So from you this evening, look forward to your questions and comments, and then the continued feedback from the community to you and you to us that would result in a final draft for our June 24th meeting. So I hand it back to you.
Thank you, David, for your presentation. I'm going to open it up to board member clarifying questions. Does anybody have any questions for the team?
Here I am, I pressed unmute and clearly I didn't press it hard enough. Mr. Chambliss, I would like to just clarify the definition of students with IEPs. I know in the past it's been used interchangeably to mean students in a special day class. And I want to ensure that we are talking about students with IEPs district-wide, including those who have a least restrictive environment of gen ed.
You are correct.
Okay. And then another question is, why aren't we including those with 504s as they are protected under ADA as well?
Not meant to, that they would absolutely be excluded. There, we're just focusing on students with IEPs, students with 504s. We would want to be addressing with the tier 2 and tier 3 strategies that are mentioned in the academic acceleration section. So it's not meant to be exclusive at all.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Oh, sorry. Wait, was someone else going to speak? No? Okay, sorry. I have a question about like so I know we're going to be, I know the POSA, the principal and special assignment for MTSS is in there, and that from what you shared, the English learner roadmap will be like integrated into the LCAP. But I have a question about interventions for reading. I want to understand, are we using the same interventions that we've been using? Are we using new ones? Yeah.
Yeah. Rightly, we are explicitly focusing on that now as with site and central leadership. So while this LCAP doesn't specifically declare which new or which additional interventions we will be talking about going forward, we wanted to leave opportunity, obviously, with a new superintendent coming in to come back to you. But it is very much our intention to intensify. Well, I want to maintain, we've got to maintain the intensity of our focus on tier 1, because that's where it all begins. And there's still some important development we can do there. We've talked about the interventions that we can provide through AB 86. But you're right to point out that there's some additional work we need to do in defining for you what are those tier 2 and tier 3, particularly, I think, given your point earlier, reading interventions that we're working on. So we're taking a hard look at our, we've had LLI, leveled literacy intervention, we've had reading recovery, and we're seeing some stagnant scores from before the pandemic, and certainly concerns from the pandemic. So I look forward to coming back to you soon. Again, you're right to note that it wasn't specifically called out in the LCAP at this point, but we do want to come back to you on that. And actually, that could be, just to say from feedback, if you have some, like you want some language that's more specific about that, would be happy to make that adjustment for the final draft and work with Joan and Diego about the best way to capture that.
Thank you.
I had just kind of like a basic question, really more about the plan and who, like, how are we held accountable to the plan? In terms of like, we have this plan, we have money allocated. If we're not seeing the results, like what happens and where do you make adjustments?
Yeah, I mean, we are in this plan came to be within a continuous improvement frame, sort of post the kind of mandated. I'm sorry, the language back then eludes me, and it's actually, I'm glad I can't remember right now. But just to say, so it's really a continuous improvement frame. So when you think about the monitoring and accountability, it's really meant to be held by you and our district. That said, there are some mechanisms. So for example, there is the Comprehensive Support and Improvement Program, which is targeted at specific schools, which is meant to say if we see X number of years of performance at certain levels, then, but even that is still very much within the continuous improvement frame. So it's not like, if you don't make progress, suddenly the school is, teachers are consolidated and there's some program improvement. We're not operating within that framework from the state any longer. So it really is, it's up to us.
So I just want to kind of clarify that program improvement was a program monitoring process that did used to happen, and you did have some restructuring that was required, and we aren't under that. That is correct. However, every year the LCAP goals have to be measured, and it comes back to you. See, this is a 3-year plan. We got off kilter with the pandemic, but normally it's a 3-year plan, and you would have at the end of the year the measurements, and you can have mid-year checks to see how you're doing, and you can then rewrite or construct the plan for the next year. So if you think that a certain action is truly making a difference and you want to expand that action, then you could do that for the following year. Or if you think that an action is producing no results, you can remove that action. So there is a process every year under normal circumstances to relook at your LCAP and determine your next steps.
Any other clarifying questions?
I have one more. In going through the LCAP, there seems to be multiple places where we are utilizing a lot of TOSAs. I think I was told, or I found out that there's about 53 TOSAs that we have district-wide. Now I understand, it is helpful to have teachers with that specialized knowledge, kind of like a train the trainer or, sort of a thing. But one of the concerns I have is that we are taking 53 teachers out of the classroom. So I was just curious, basically why do we have such a depth of TOSAs that are serving our district?
So I would like to respond to that for a minute. It is to provide a direct service and also for coaching for teachers. However, we are looking at the number of folks that are in this LCAP because of the fact that we are determining, exactly how many can be effective in the district. So, so that would be my response to that. David, if you wanted to add.
No, that you emphasized the 2 points, which is the TOSA work from a professional learning point of view, a support, capacity building, and facilitation, and as direct tier 2, tier 3 providers.
Great. I have one question. I have a bunch of comments, but I have one question. I haven't seen the comprehensive support and improvement designation before, and I wasn't sure whether that's new for LEAD, because it does seem like that. I'm wondering, how does that different the CSI designation, comprehensive support and improvement designation, compare to Title I?
Title I, you as a district and, in effect, as a school, you qualify for Title I funding based on first the demographics of your school and district, right? You are students from economically struggling families. And then the second layer is who are showing evidence of academic struggle as well. As far as comprehensive support, so that's a federal program. Comprehensive support and improvement, as I mentioned, is grounded in the dashboard performance. So it's a state program, and both bring funding to a school. So just to say, there's a formula based on the percentage of students at your school that leads to an allocation of Title I, whereas the comprehensive support and improvement, depending on how many schools you have in the district, it's sort of a fixed allocation, which in our case is about $170,000. So the idea is to support rapid change, and knowing to do that, schools need resources. It is, and it is new, you are correct, because it was in the 2019-2020 year that LEAD started as or was identified rather, sorry, and then it rolled into last year as I may have got my years a little wrong there, but basically they've been in it for about a year, and because of the issue with the SBAC last year, it was rolled into a second year. But it is sort of a year-by-year program based on the performance of the school.
Great, thank you. Yes, that's all the clarifying questions I have. Does anybody else have any other clarifying questions? Okay, why don't we move on to public comment? Peter, would you mind opening public comment for us, please?
Yeah, so the members of our public with us, if you'd like to make public comment on the draft of the local control accountability plan, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. President, we have one, D.O. D.O., go ahead.
Peter, I used that those two initials when I was researching the district, and I just haven't changed my Zoom name, but this is Diego Ochoa, incoming superintendent for the San Mateo Foster City School District. And I want to say,
well, really, thank you, Diego Ochoa. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Really, for the Board of Trustees and for the public, the work has already begun for me. I've spent 3 weeks with Joan, with Dr. Rosas, who is just the treasure to this district. And what we have already started to do is to go really deep into the work of evaluating the LCAP. What I like to say about the LCAP is you hold up the mirror to yourself and you have to look at yourself in the mirror and you say, how are we doing and what are we going to do about it? And so what that means is we're evaluating the programs that we have in place, and to Allison's point earlier tonight, we're going to establish a system to check to see how students are learning. And then when students aren't doing well at any school in the district, among any group, we're going to do something about it. To Noelia's point earlier, there are changes that will happen between today and September because they have to happen, because they're essential for the work to matter in 3 months, as opposed to waiting another year to make certain changes. To the staff that works in the district that's hearing me make these comments, those changes to many of you are going to come as a huge relief, and you're going to be really, really engaged in the process. So it won't be anything that's off the cuff or anything that comes too quickly, but rather a strategic, detailed, collaborative process in the next 60 to 90 days to put in place some really smart, effective, research-based programs that can help children now. And then obviously, as the months pass, I want to do some really deep work with the Board of Trustees in a public venue like these board meetings so that we can improve and establish an LCAP in 22-23 and 23-24 that does a better job each year of meeting the needs of all of our students, particularly English learner students, particularly African American, Latinx, students with 504s, students with IEPs, and all of our students in the district. So that is my public comment, Peter.
Thank you, Diego. And I promise I won't limit your comments to 3 minutes after you officially come on board. All right, President Chen, we have no hands for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Peter. I will officially close the public comment, and specifically regarding Mr. Ochoa. You already got the job, so there's no need to keep pitching us. Opening up to board member comments. Does anyone have any comments about the draft? Go ahead.
Noah. Okay, I just wanted to say that okay, so I recognize even in like the my previous comments about the North Central School, I forgot this like important point that I think is like super relevant right now, right? Like we have amazing principals and teachers and staff, and I know that we all have best intentions and that we're doing the work. And so if we have students that want and can learn, and we have dedicated staff that want to help our students learn, like in my mind, it's like something in the middle, right? It's like, it has to be our strategies. Like we're not doing the right things. And I don't think it comes from a bad place. But it just, to me, I've been like thinking a lot about this and like researching and learning, and it has to be the strategies, right? Like, so for me, it's super clear. Like I'm very, very interested, and I hope I have the support of this entire board. Like, and it sounds like to me, like this is the direction that Diego wants to go in. And I know that's going to take some time, right? But I'm excited that it's going to happen quickly. But basically my point is, I am not interested in giving any funding to any strategy or intervention that is not research-based and effective. And so I know that right now we don't have the actual interventions in the LCAP, right? And I don't think that we have to have like the entire list of what we're going to do right now, because obviously, Diego will come on, and that's a process that will take a little bit of time. But I am interested in making it explicit that we are not going to keep using interventions that are not working and that are not research-based and effective. So I hope I can get everyone's support in that, and that can be like in there. What was my other point? Okay, I lost it, so I'm going to pause here.
Well, and actually kind of what I was going to share builds off of that. I think I know that I feel like I share this a lot, kind of this wanting to have, really clear goals. What do we want to see change? What's the money that's aligning to that? And I think those pieces are in our LCAP. But I think the piece that for me is really difficult, that I haven't felt like I've seen the through line for, is what specifically is and isn't working. So for a lot of these things, we have been using them or they're new. And I don't know why we have a new strategy or something else that we're including in the implementation. And I'm not clear around how we're monitoring that. And the things that were new last year, things that were new a couple years ago, like, have those worked? I think when we look at our student data across the board, from the board level, like, the answer is no, if we're not seeing improvement in student achievement. But how do we drill down to the individual things that we're investing a lot of time and energy and resources into? And so I guess that's why I didn't ask clarifying questions, because for me, it's like the holistic picture. Like, I could dig into like specific interventions and why, but for me, it's like the big picture, like, how are we monitoring progress towards these things in like a real consistent way? And how are we sharing that with us? How are we sharing that with the community? For me, it can't be like an annual thing, right? Like, this can't be something that we like sort of skim over yearly. Like, this has to be what drives our work. And so whatever systems need to be put in place to ensure that that's happening and that it's being communicated to us and to the community, I feel like is really, really important. And when I look at our kind of annual update, and when I look at some places where we talk about that we don't have data, I feel really disappointed about that, to be honest, because I think that I know that it was like a year where there was a lot going on, and I know everyone's been working really, really hard. But if we don't know where our students are, I don't know how we can make decisions about how to best support them. And I know that teachers know, and I know that there are, things that are happening at the site level, but we don't know. And so we can't make decisions, right? Even if it is happening at the site level, at the classroom level, at the individual student level. And it makes it really hard to engage in kind of database decision making. I do have some questions, and I guess one of the other reasons that I feel like I didn't ask some of these questions, or I have questions around how we determined growth goals and like what factored into that. Why did we choose a particular number for particular subgroups in terms of how much we think they're going to grow? I don't necessarily need that answered right now, but I think that leads me kind of to and I know Diego, shared a little bit about this, but I think that this is like a start, and I think it's a really important thing for us to revisit as, obviously, Diego's coming in. I think it's important, of course, and it sounds like he's been involved, for him to be involved. I want to make sure it's like really data driven, and that we build that into this plan, because it does set forward in motion what the next 3 years is going to look like. I want to be sure that we have like really specific, how are we going to be progress monitoring this, both from the district level, but then as a board, how are we going to progress monitor that? What's the recommendation there? When is this going to come back to us? At what intervals? And just like, I'm also seeing a bit of a disconnect between kind of all of the systems, I guess. So, I think about, for example, like the MTSS work and how that's built in a lot of places. And then I'm thinking about like, how does that intersect with the task force? How does that, how does some of the work that's happening intersect with the sanctuary task force? Like, are all of these systems like talking to each other in the way that they need to be in order to like move forward together? And I think that the LCAP in general, is a place where we want that to happen. And I guess I'm not seeing it as clearly, which I guess brings me to like my final point, which I think I would love for there to be, like, this is not a user-friendly document, as was stated, right? Like, I would love for there to be a user-friendly version of this that like really clearly breaks down what our goals are and what the key things are under each of these goals that we're focusing on. And that we can keep coming back to, right? And that everyone's really clear on, and that is aligned to, the goals and priorities that we have as a board, and the goals and priorities that, have been set forth here. And so I think I know that this is something that we have to move forward with, and all of that, but for me, I still see this as a draft, and I think it's something that is important as we kind of there's lots of changes happening, is important for us to return to. And I would like to return to it in a, as we kind of think about just strategic planning, vision setting, like those sorts of things in general, as we, again, are kind of shifting. So I guess those are some of my initial thoughts. I know it's a ton of work. I appreciate all the work that went into it. And I think that my hope would be that with some of these things, we can just kind of continue to take it to the next level and be really transparent with our community and with our board, and really use data to drive this work and to continue to monitor our progress towards our goals.
I'll just speak briefly because I don't have much to add, but I agree with everything Trustee Corzo and Watkins said. One thing for me is that it's the document's not user friendly, but it's also hard for me to kind of understand. And so I just went to like a random page, and I see for CASP literacy, the desired outcome in 3 years is that all students are 75%, and then all the groups say 75%. And I don't know, like, is that realistic? Are we just picking a number? How did we get to 75%? If we're holding ourselves accountable and going to hold a mirror up to ourselves, like, I mean, the desired outcome is probably that 100% is going to be at or above standard. So it's just confusing to, like, I'd love to just sit down and just dive into this, because so that I can understand how it all works. I'm afraid, that in 3 years we won't get there for all groups, and of course we want to, but just understanding. And just, I think going forward, we have been talking about wanting data, and so just as much information as we can get on the progress and understanding if we're going to meet these goals and if we need to make adjustments, I think would be appreciated. But thank you for sharing this with us.
Okay, so first off, I think we need to remember data drives services, data drives interventions. And I have yet to see us really collect data well. I feel like we get bits and pieces of it, but we really don't get it necessarily in a fully meaningful way. And I feel like if we are going to create change, and if we are going to create improvement, we need data in even real time. We need, as I believe it was, well, I can't remember, I apologize, but I believe Trustee Watkins said, and I apologize, maybe perhaps it was Trustee Corzo. I am so sorry, both of you, that I can't remember exactly who said this. But, it is important that we don't just review this once a year. We need to review it quarterly, or every trimester. We have that data because we do report cards every trimester. We can easily see how students are progressing, since they are being assessed every trimester. And I think that would be an important way for us to be able to make changes and change course midstream, mid-year, and ensure that we can affect change in a positive way. Another concern that I have is just the fact that this document was released to the public yesterday. As we all know, this is like at least minimally, I think on one place I saw a 100-page document. I think another place the page count was 121 pages. And it is not an easy document to read. And while I appreciate the fact that we did have many stakeholder groups involved in reviewing this, I do feel that since we weren't able to involve the entire community at the time, I think if we were able to get this document to the community, even a couple days before yesterday, I feel like we would be able to get much more rich feedback and meaningful feedback from the community that didn't engage in this before.
Great, thank you everybody for your comments. I'll just wrap up I'll just wrap up with some of my LCAP comments. Definitely, I agree with a lot of what everybody else had said. I think we're all sort of moving in the right direction in terms of what we want and what is needed. Overall, I did, even though we talk about data, there was some data about the CHIC survey and the improvements with the 5th and 8th graders. Eventually, we normally get sort of at some point, get a whole report on the CHIC survey, but I know that we'll probably do that at some point. But I like how it's actually weaved into the LCAP itself. In terms of the student to teacher ratio, I know that this is sort of a living document, and as we move forward with our negotiations with our unions, I'm hopeful that those ratios, I think, are going to be changing, but we need to move forward. And I know that this is, as a living document, we need to approve it at the next meeting, but we can go ahead and amend it afterwards. So that's a comment there. I do like the addition of the additional goals. Our other previous LCAP only had 4 goals. This now has, was it 9, 5, 7? No. Sorry, I had it up on my screen, but I did like the idea that we now have more goals with defined specific areas, specifically English learners and those and special education, I believe, as I can't scroll down the 99 pages. So thank you. So I do like that we are actually focusing in on those as well with specific goals rather than just lumping them into just the general 4 goals that we had before. Overall, I think that this is, it reminds me when I read through it about coming back from a CSBA conference, and we talked about, I know Patrick Gaffney is coming up later, but we talked about a budget roadshow. And, you know, the idea is that the LCAP is a super, super important document, but it's sort of like mysterious, you know. The idea is that this is sort of in the state form and format, but it's definitely not a user-friendly sort of document, you know. And then how do we go back and actually measure from it? I would love, echoing what Trustee Watkins had mentioned, the idea, how do we move forward and make this sort of like demystify the LCAP in some ways? Because this really outlines what we're going to do in the next 3 years. And the thing is that it's super important so that people understand it. You know, one of the things that I look back at, like our facilities master plan, and you look at the matrix that was created for that. I mean, if you ever want to know what's happening in facilities, you can go directly to that matrix and see like, hey, here it is. This is what's going on. This is where the update is. This is how, you know, this is where the target is met or so. And I think like, I would love to see something like that as it relates to the LCAP, because we do have a lot of metrics there, and the accountability is, we should be seeing it a little bit more often to understand where we are throughout the school year. So that, in terms of just a better understanding of what the LCAP is and sort of making it more user-friendly would be helpful. The other thing is, and this is sort of a larger comment as it relates to the budget, which we're going to be talking about later on tonight too, is that in some ways, you know, districts or you can always tell where the priorities are by where the money is going. And the issue is that we need to sort of link where the money is to the LCAP. And so, of course, we have a huge amount of money going to people because we're a people-run district. But when we talk about increased services, specifically for math, which we're talking about, you know, I'd love to see sort of basically some statement, whether it's in the user-friendly document or this state-driven document, where it's like, we are increasing math, you know, services by $3 million or whatever it is. There's actually an increase. So you can see where our money is actually being put, you know, and then we should be able to measure off of that too, to make sure we're putting money where things are successful. So somehow the LCAP with the budget sort of being linked, I'd love to see how we compare year over year about, you know, hey, if we're going to put more money in special education, then let's put more money into it and see whether or not we actually are making a difference. And so you can actually trace it trace back to it. So I know it's sort of in there. I know there are some goals and sort of generally linked, but to me, it's sort of more maybe apples to apples, maybe in terms of a matrix and saying this is what we're doing in the LCAP. We're actually doing more services here, and this is how much money it is. We're actually increasing the amount or decreasing it, whatever it is, vice versa. So those are my overall comments. I really do appreciate all the work that you, David, and your team has done for it. I do know that it is a crazy time of year, and this has to be done because it is a state requirement. And I know that we have to go ahead and approve it the next meeting on the 24th in 2 weeks. So I hope that if there are any other questions, people like your bullet point in your slide said, that this is sort of the beginning of the feedback, and you'll continue to take feedback over the next week or so. So Dr. Roses.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate that we are very fortunate that Diego Ochoa has been able to take vacation time from his district and spend time with us, because this is a pivotal time of the year for planning. And so he has been able to engage and take a look at things that he feels will make a difference. So there will be some things that he can, that we can work together on to bring to you for the June 24th. But then I would encourage you to continue to look at it, because you can amend this document. It is a living document. And as Superintendent Ochoa is in the district and going around to the sites and learning more, there may be further thoughts that he may bring to the table. So I look forward to seeing what the end product will be.
I
Great.
had some additional comments. Sorry, I didn't get to finish completely earlier.
Okay.
So our LCAP is essentially our strategic plan for our district, right? And you know, in the spirit of us as a board holding ourselves to the same standard, I wanted to just kind of throw out there that I think that we also have to do like some strategic planning for our board, and that's kind of a separate thing but related, because if we're going to support this work in a really meaningful way and we're asking you know, a lot of our district, I think we have to do the same. So I just wanted to throw that out there now publicly. And then I did want to just clarify, like, is everybody on board with the making sure we're only using interventions that are research based? Yeah. Okay. Great. And yeah. I wanted to also just again restate that, like, yeah, this past year, I would just want to make sure like our staff and our teachers and our principals like know that, like, you know, this past year has been hard on all of us, right? And people have had to juggle family and health and so many different things, and like in an unprecedented time. And you know, we're making our way out of that. And I don't know about you all, but I feel like this is like a big time of transition for our world and for me personally, but also just for a lot of people that you know, I know. So I just want to say that, like, you know, we're in this all together, and I'm excited about these next years, and we're gonna have to all stretch ourselves, but it's not gonna be about finger pointing or blame. You know, we can all have feelings about things that have happened, or there being data, and they're not being data, et cetera, all these things. But like, at the end of the day, for me at least, like, okay, I'll have my feelings, but then let's get to work, right? And let's like do it collaboratively, and let's make this happen for our kids. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you, Trustee Corso, for those comments. We are going to move on to, well, David, I'm assuming you have everything you need. Is that, I should have followed up.
Yes, you did. You gave me good feedback. And again, we have another week in front of us for you and the community to provide additional feedback, which we're anxious to hear.
Great. Thank you, David. Okay, moving on to item 8.3, middle school pathways update, please.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be back with you again. And my apologies, I caught myself after spending almost 30 years in a system where there were a board of directors, and I realized I was calling Noelia and others directors. So my apologies for that slip there, recognizing we are a board of trustees. All right, we are here to provide you with an update on the work that's occurring both at the middle school and elementary levels in mathematics right now. So just to provide a quick overview, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the math curriculum. And with your permission, I will weave in some additional information about the curriculum given the consent agenda item, and then talk about the math staffing moves that we've made, summer extended learning, the summer and fall planning work that's going on, as well as the PD. All right, so with respect to the math curriculum, so we have come back to you this evening with a request for you to approve that we continue the use of the math curriculum that we adopted last summer under kind of the extraordinary distance learning circumstances. And I both want to emphasize in coming to you with that request for approval, both sort of the continuity points and the discontinuity points. The continuity points are, we have adopted this year two quite highly rated curricula, both the Engage New York curriculum, which is Zern is sort of the wraparound for what at heart is this Engage New York curriculum at the elementary level. Just as at the middle school level, we are using Math Nation, but as a curriculum, it's an open source illustrative math that's at its heart. And these are quite well-reviewed curricula that are well reviewed because of their alignment and effectiveness in teaching to standards. Last year, we moved into those because the Envision and CPM curriculum, which we had adopted, were just poorly situated for distance learning. They really didn't have the features that we needed to have any kind of effective math instruction in a distance learning context. So now that as we turn to coming back to school full time, the importance here is to recognize one, the continuity. We may get into a situation where we'll need to tap that distance learning capacity. Heaven forbid, let's hope it doesn't happen, but either if we have to go out for pandemic reasons or even frankly for fire reasons, we're recommending this curriculum because it provides us that opportunity to do continue math instruction from a distance, even if it is only for a few days. But secondly, the discontinuity is to recognize that we were only this past year using the distance learning features of this curriculum. And in coming back to full time, I want to assure the board and certainly parents, because, like you, I've had some parents reach out to me and say, I've got concerns about Zern. It was structured in a way where my kid had to plod through and couldn't move quickly and things like that. And yes, there are some circumstances when you're using just the distance learning component of a curriculum that was really designed to be a blended learning curriculum, meaning a blend of working on the computer online with actual live instruction and support by teachers. So we're now talking about the full curriculum. We're talking about the hard copy components, the manipulatives, and the use of videos, not to just provide first instruction, but to support second instruction already done by the teacher. So I do want to kind of emphasize with you that point. And the final point before I move on is that the request to continue with this curriculum is coming from our teachers. And so, we've done a lot of surveying, a lot of engagement with our teachers, both in middle and in elementary school. And, this request makes sense for one more year. And we would, so again, that's why we're bringing it to you. As we think about going forward with those curriculum, there are some tights that we want to establish. We began this year, and we want to build on those. Is to again, the scope and sequence, which is education talk for what part of the curriculum to teach when and for how long, and how do you make sure that students in a year move through the entire scope of grade level learning that we would like. I had a conversation with some families the other day who were concerned about students at one school getting further in the curriculum than students at another school. And just to say, certainly there are distance learning circumstances that impact that, but in the long run, it's not okay that certain students get access to even slightly less exposure to the standards than other students. And so the point about a good scope and sequence is that it allows us to support teachers to keep moving through the curriculum at a consistent pace. Most important, aligned to that, especially to the conversation we were having just a minute ago, is the interim assessments that allow us to see how students are doing on an interim basis. And so the importance of getting those two pieces in place. We've talked with you also prior meetings about the importance of shared established math routines that have proven effective, particularly the idea of using tasks, this low floor, high ceiling task. This math milestone is a resource that will help us with that. And then, of course, as we're working on all these pieces, we need to be clear about what's the professional learning support, both the sort of training, but also the coaching opportunities, which actually leads me to the next slide, Peter, if you want to move on. The additional staffing that we are bringing in place to support mathematics. So as part of the AB 86 work at the middle school level, we've hired 4 additional math positions located at Math 6. We're in the process of adding an additional math TOSA at the middle school level. All of this is going to support us, particularly with the additional class size reduction, to have smaller class sizes, particularly at Math 6, to set up circumstances where teacher professional development is not just the sort of the training model, but also the opportunity to co-teach and get coaching and collaborate with colleagues. The focus, of course, is going to need to be on these shared practices that I was just discussing a minute ago. At the elementary level, we are in the process of hiring additional elementary math TOSAs, in some cases kind of sort of bringing back or moving to a different set of funding the 2 TOSAs that were in position under the low performing student block grant. And their work is going to be very similar because obviously there's more elementary schools and more teachers to support. The sort of the professional learning key strategy there is to continue to work through the grade level teams and their collaboration, both at the central level and then at the sites. But again, we also want to make sure that all teachers have access to the training and PD that they would need to continue effective implementation of these curricula. Go ahead, Peter. We've talked to you before about the summer extended learning opportunities in mathematics. I mean, just to note, first sort of below the picture is that our 4-week summer program, grades 1st through 8th, both the Newton summer program and call it the summer school that we're facilitating. Those will, have important opportunities for students to engage in fun and enrichment kinds of math activities, particularly after the pandemic. We're very focused on sort of the growth mindset and we're coming back to that intensive level of in-person learning. We want to make sure that students feel ready and confident to develop their math skills. And then, of course, we've shared with you before that we are implementing a 1-week summer boost for approximately 100 rising 6th graders. And this is both an opportunity to provide them with some intensive math learning, as well as, again, to kind of focus on these social emotional learning aspects of learning mathematics. Go ahead, Peter. So just to go over some of the summer work that we're doing, the key piece is these summer collaboration teams that will be focusing on these district-wide priorities, the scope and sequence pacing guide, the benchmark assessments, and these math routines and math milestones. And then as we turn to the fall, go ahead, Peter. We continue, and then at that point, it's really about the implementation of those specific planned supports from the summer. So the coaching and support around that pacing guide, both with planning for it. Now, again, remember that we've made some shifts in our math assessments, for very important reasons, and this is going to be a critical year to get those new benchmark assessments sort of cemented into our system. So that's a very critical step. And then, the ongoing work about how are we doing in implementing these, and what supports need to be in place both for site leaders and for teachers to support teachers to stay in with the scope and sequence and to have students be successful learners. And then finally, thanks, Peter. Then I just wanted to come back to this math milestones professional development strand. We've been fortunate enough to build on a relationship with Harold Asturias and the Lawrence Hall of Science. Initially, the focus of this PD strand will be on our middle school teachers and our K-8 TOSAs. That will be the key set of folks getting the PD initially, and then we'll be looking at how we can bring what the TOSAs learn back to the elementary teachers, and also support the elementary teachers to receive the training as well. And it's very difficult to see, but that little document that's there is an example of sort of the differentiated opportunities that we have with these low floor, high ceiling math tasks. And so anyway, it's going to be a wonderful opportunity to build the capacity of our teachers in preparation for the fall. All right, so let me pause there. If you have any questions or otherwise, I'm happy to follow up with you.
Thank you, Pete. Thank you, David, for the presentation. Board clarifying questions.
Yes, I do have some. Nowhere in this presentation did I hear anything about GATE being taught heterogeneously. I know that was basically the main math question I had. I was asking at the last board meeting.
It will be.
Okay, so 100% it will be heterogeneous math regardless of where you're placed.
So just to be clear that, we're finalizing the master schedule now, and there's always, why I don't want to get specific with you across how many sections, all that, because that I couldn't say for sure until we get closer, because there's always adjustments. But the planning is that the heterogeneous enrollment.
Okay, and then also when you were initially talking about the math curriculum, I did take the time after receiving this presentation to go to the Engage New York website, and I was really impressed with the curriculum. I will say that I felt like it was very thorough. I felt like, for not to be punny or anything, but I felt like it was very engaging. And I do know that my children have really enjoyed it, and I have heard from other parents the same. And I'll save my comments about Zern when we talk about that. I am also seeing establishing district-wide benchmark assessments by August 15th. Now I'm going to assume that that's what we're going to be using our math TOSAs for, to create these benchmarks. Is that your
Yes,
plan?
yes, both the TOSAs actually, and just to be clear, there we have many teacher leaders who've already done a lot of work around this. So it will be not just the TOSAs, but it will be other teacher leaders as well, classroom teacher leaders.
Okay. I'm also looking at this and it looks very, very general in terms of what you're presenting to us. To be honest with you, I was hoping for something with a little bit more concreteness. So I would like you to work with Superintendent Ochoa when he starts working for our district on July 1st to add clarity and concreteness to what exactly our math program is going to look like. I feel like, one, we need that transparency. I feel like since we are starting anyway, I'll just save that for comments because now I'm starting to get into comments. But I do feel like that's necessary. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? No? Okay, why don't we open up to public comment, please, Peter?
Those members of the public that would like to make public comment on this particular item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. So far, we have two. We have Andrew, and after Andrew will be Nancy. Andrew? Andrew, you there? Andrew, you have permission to talk, and I see a microphone, but we're not hearing anything. Okay, Andrew, maybe this might be an opportunity to jump out of the Zoom meeting and maybe jump back in, and your microphone might start working, because as of right now, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. Okay, let's go ahead and move to Nancy. Nancy, go ahead.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Rosas, incoming Superintendent Ochoa. Welcome, Mr. Ochoa, staff and members of the community. I share the board's desire for the school district to achieve equity for its students and to close the opportunity gap. I am hopeful that the approach that is going to be implemented in regards to middle school math will take you in that direction. But I believe there is a significant component missing, specifically addressing and dismantling the inequity head on. Basically, what Trustee Corzo was talking about needing to ring the bell for. As a social worker serving students and their families in schools, I have recently been learning about one method in particular that has been effective in closing the opportunity gap: culturally responsive teaching, which sounds very similar to what Mr. Noguera recommended during his presentation, culturally and linguistically relevant engagement. Reading from Zaretta Hammond's book directly, Culturally Relevant Teaching and the Brain, she says, more than a motivational tool, culturally responsive teaching is a serious and powerful tool for accelerating student learning. The more we learn from neuroscience, the clearer it becomes as to why and how it works. I believe culturally responsive teaching has the power to close achievement gaps. When practiced correctly and consistently, it can get underperforming students of color who are caught on the wrong side of the achievement gap ready for rigorous learning by building their brain power. Others have said that the outcome of culturally responsive teaching is a student body that loves learning, excels academically, and has teachers who respond to their needs. Of course, this is just one approach that has been shown to reduce the opportunity gap. I urge incoming Superintendent Ochoa to work with his staff to find something along these lines to implement simultaneously with these math changes. Otherwise, I fear that the goal of algebra and quote advanced math classes filled with students that reflect the makeup of the district will not come to be. Earlier this evening, Trustee Corzo shared the alarmingly low reading levels for English language learners in 3rd and 5th grades. Tonight, we heard that members of the focus groups considering a school at North Central talked about feeling stigmatized, students being called bus kids and labeled as illiterate. How much longer will it be before there is recognition that staff need the appropriate training and support, specifically in working with students from backgrounds that are for the most part different from their own? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Andrew, let's give you a try. Andrew, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you, Andrew. Go ahead.
Sorry about that last time. My microphone was broken. So I would like to start by thanking both Noelia and Shara for discussing at length the importance of data and research-backed approaches to the solutions we're taking. I think that it's super important, and one of the key factors in taking up the heterogeneous math pathway was that it's been backed by data, and it's I think a plan that can make a lot of difference in terms of achieving equity for students. And so I was really heartened to hear Mr. Chambliss say that we would be getting truly heterogeneous classrooms at Bayside, one of the most impacted schools in the district, the most impacted middle school by disparate outcomes. And having the diverse set of learners between the Mandarin community and the GATE community and the rest of the Bayside STEM community all working together in 6th grade math, I think will make a huge difference in terms of whether or not this program is a success at Bayside. So I thank you, David, and I thank you, Shara and Noelia for focusing on those kinds of research-backed outcomes. I appreciate all the work that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, next we'll have Randy. Randy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening again. I, as you know, co-authored a request per board bylaw 9322 that the district provide information to the board and community regarding the status of the plan to implement heterogeneous Math 6 for all students at all schools beginning in fall 2021. We were told that this would be presented at tonight's board meeting. I assume that this agenda item is the place that would have happened. So, I want to remind the board and the superintendent of your own words from the April 22nd discussion on the heterogeneous Math for All topic. So first, about the heterogeneous classrooms for all 6th graders, Mr. Chambliss said, we are committed to that kind of classroom. We have those kind of classrooms in our elementary and middle schools, and that's the model we're talking about when we say that we know that heterogeneous classes can meet the needs for challenge for even the most high-performing students. So when addressing the criticism that the board might be hasty in approving a plan that wasn't fully baked, Trustee Watkins said the following: this process is the correct process. We are approving a policy. That is our role as a board. And I think it is imperative that the district engages the community around implementation and all of those components, that they have laid out a plan for doing that. And it is our job as a board to hold them accountable for doing that. I trust that our district is going to do that. I hear that there is not community trust, and so that's where I'm committing to that accountability plan. We're always here, and there's always public comment if that's not happening. And then a few minutes later, she said, if this passes, we can't say, well, this can't work. This isn't going to work. We have to start saying, how can we all be involved to make sure that it does? What are the ways that we're going to make sure that it does work? Because really then lives up to the value that we believe that this should happen. Even if we don't agree that this is the right path, we believe it should happen. So we're going to rally together to make it happen. And then Trustee Corzo chimed in, if we don't support this proposal, we're supporting the continuation of tracking in 6th grade math. When you track kids in school, you teach lessons about who is smart and who's not smart, and those lessons, they're not good for any of our kids. Finally, Dr. Rosas, while math has been a cyclical subject, it wouldn't continue to come up if we were satisfied with how it is being managed. So we've had questions about this over time, so we really need to invest in moving the project forward and ensuring that we have success. So now back to my words. As you know, failure to implement heterogeneous classrooms across the district will result in segregation and de facto tracking. You committed to holding the district accountable. Do you feel convinced with the answer to Trustee Warren's question? And are you willing to require clear accountability tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, President Chen, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Okay, I'm going to officially close public comment. Thank you for everyone who provided their comments. Opening up to board member discussions. Does anyone want to make any comments?
I guess I'll just go ahead and finish the comments that I accidentally
Sure.
started when I was
Go
trying to
ahead.
ask clarifying questions. It comes with just having too much to say, I guess. But yeah, you know, going back to just, you know, clarity and understanding of how heterogeneous math is going to work. I mean, as we've seen and heard from many members of the community, you know, there is some anticipation around it. There is some concern that it will be done correctly and done well and make a difference for all of our students, not, you know, just one particular group or a few particular groups, but everybody. I am heartened to hear that GATE students will be a part of heterogeneous math and that they will be included in the classes and will not be in their own classes. And I do expect that to be followed. And I expect to hear, as I was saying, when Superintendent Ochoa starts officially on July 1st, that we, you know, continue to have the clarity and we continue to have a level of transparency that we can see how this program will work. And I'd also like to see concretely just what these milestone tasks are going to be and what's going to be expected for each grade level, and also have some understanding of what these district-wide math routines will be. So I will expect to see that in the next math update. Thank you.
Any other board member comments on this item?
I was just gonna say that I'm trying to figure out the words to say this, but I don't particularly need in a board meeting every little, like what each grade's gonna learn and each task. I think it's more about a more community engagement and helping the community understand the math plan. I know that there's still a lot of people that want to know kind of how their kids are going to get to algebra and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's more discussion to be had there, but I'm just trying to kind of envision, like at a board level, what kind of information we'll receive. I think I'm more interested in learning about how, I guess, what are the outcomes? How are things going? How are we doing on this plan? And so I think actually presenting like a super detailed plan isn't what I personally need here. But I'm, looking forward to hearing more about it.
Yeah, I'll build off of Trustee Proctor. Very similar. I think for me, having kind of like the long-term plan and vision for what this looks like as we think about, how right now the focus is kind of on middle school changes. I'm interested to know, and I know that we don't have math data for this year, which is unfortunate as we think about kind of establishing a baseline, but really thinking about like where our baseline is, what are our growth goals, what are our goals for our students in terms of, and reporting on this in math from how are our students doing and responding to this, and therefore what do we need to adjust? Are the strategies that we're using working, and how do we know that? So very similar to like the comments that I made for LCAP, is those are the kinds of things that I want to see as we move forward, to have a really clear sense of where our kids are now, and then how they're progressing as we're implementing these changes, and to what do we attribute that, right? Is it, to what do we attribute like the professional development? How is that impacting student progress and achievement? Curriculum, how is that impacting student progress and achievement? And having that in a very consistent way. And again, it's hard for me to, so there are recommendations in terms of, or things that are happening. They're not recommendations, they're happening, in terms of additional math positions and TOSAs. And like, again, to the points that I made around the math proposal in general, I trust that the math team has engaged in this, is making these recommendations, because everyone that's involved in this process believes that these are the best things to support our students in this work. I just want to make sure that these end up being the things that support our students in this work, right? And so how are we making sure that that is what's happening? And if it's not, then how do we pivot to make sure that that it does work? Because, Randy quoted me, and yes, I do believe like we all need to rally behind and make sure it does work. And so our job is to monitor the progress around that. That is absolutely true. And as a district, as a community, as a board, we do need to make sure that this is a successful way to support all of our students in getting what they need in math. And of course, this is one piece of a larger puzzle in terms of supporting all of our students to get what they need. I know we're going to be talking, so Zern comes up here. It's a huge investment, of course, right? And I know that it seems like my understanding is this is a recommendation from districts. It's a recommendation from district staff, but that there was teacher engagement and in this recommendation. David shaking his head. So, and I think that was in the write-up. I know that these decisions have to be made because people need to plan. I just want to say that like moving forward, it's going to be really, it's just hard to make a call on this without knowing if this is something that's worked for our kids. So we don't have any way to monitor that, right? And from my understanding, like, do we know how our kids did with CERN? Do we know how it supported them or didn't? It's hard for me to say like, yeah, let's spend $400,000 on something if we have no way of knowing if it really worked for our kids. And like, I can appreciate that it's highly rated. And, I taught Engage New York. Like I understand, like I respect that, the alignment there and all of that. So I just, and, respect our educators and staff perspective on it. But I think that needs to be balanced with data showing that it's working for our kids. So, I just think moving forward, if we're going to talk about big curriculum adoptions and implementations, it just has to be paired with that. And so I don't know if there's data maybe that we just don't have here right now that can be shared, and then this can come back. If not, we're going to be making it sort of just without a decision without that. So I guess that is kind of a question. Do we have that data?
I mean, I can share with you the data, which is the opinion of your staff. You know, just to say, we invested in the curriculum embedded assessments during this school year, which don't give you, they help teachers adapt and adjust instruction. We were in distance learning, but that wasn't the kind of data that you can pull out and then have a district-wide view. So I hear your concern about that, and but you know, just to come back to the survey data that we did, you know, approximately 200 teachers, and there was strong support, especially over returning to Envision. And so, you know, this is an effort to continue the work that was started this year. And I just would have to emphasize that need to maintain the blended learning approach. So that's what I have for you. You know, that's what we have.
Just for a point of order here, I'd love to sort of finish up the middle school math discussion, because the actual ZERN agenda item 6.2.6 is actually up for a vote. And so the middle school one is just informational. So, and I know ZERN is really just for elementary. So does anybody have any other further comments on the middle school math item?
I'll be brief. I don't want to repeat everything. More data would be amazing, of course. But I just, you know, in looking at the plan and listening to David's presentation, I feel good about it overall. I really like the partnerships that we're developing and the series of sessions for the PD with our county Office of Education and UC Berkeley. That's really exciting. Yeah, we will definitely have to continue these conversations, but I will say I'm feeling much better about math than I am about English and reading. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo, for those comments. Does anybody else want to make any other final comments before I move on to the curriculum adoption? Okay, so that's the end of item 8.3, middle school math pathways update. And let's move on to our consent item, which was relocated to after 8.3, 6.2.6, which is, let me just get the correct title, ZERN Math and Math Nation curriculum adoption. David, I don't know if this is a consent item. You probably don't have a presentation, but I don't know if you want to provide any comments about it.
I do not have a presentation. I mean, I kind of provided you the essential information as part of the previous math update. So I'm happy to answer questions, but nothing more to offer at this point.
Great, thank you, David. Does anybody have any clarifying questions? We'll move to public comment and then board discussion. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to public comment, please.
Okay, any members of the public that would like to make public comment on agenda item 626, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, first we'll have Catherine, and after Catherine, we'll have Randy. Catherine.
Thank you. My name is Catherine Pratt. I'm a teacher, second, third grade teacher at George Hall. When I heard that this was going to be pulled for the consent agenda, I got a little afraid. And so I stayed up to make sure that this, that I made my comments clear when, if this were to come to some sort of debate. I have to say that one of the only good things that came out of this pandemic is the fact that we have a much better math program now. We've been using Envision, I don't know how long, but I remember specifically, you're talking about data-based information. I remember sitting 2019 in the boardroom with a bunch of teachers in the back, listening to the CASP data being talked about. And people were asking, multiple of you sitting here in the audience or sitting here right now were asking, I wonder why our math data isn't going up. The teachers in the back room could easily tell you, none of us were thrilled with Envision. Envision was not a program that was working. And finally, we get something, out of Engage New York. Yes, we were doing distance learning, but I do feel like my students were learning math this year. Coming back into the classroom, we've been able to adjust to it within the classroom and do some of the in-person stuff too. And I'm able to get data on my students through the little reports they give and things like that. Nothing like that was ever with Envision. And I would urge you to think that, Envision was clearly not working. It was not a functional program. This is something that we can work with. It's something the students are now familiar with. It's something the teachers are familiar with. This is something that we can work with. And I would urge you to really think about, this as continuing this program next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Randy. Randy, go ahead.
Hi again. So I really appreciate the teacher that spoke in front of me. And, this is a great example of why a topic like this, in my opinion, doesn't belong on the consent agenda. When this was brought forward last year for curriculum adoption, this wasn't on consent agenda. And in fact, I had the opportunity on July 9th to ask the question, hey, is this a forever adoption or is this a one-year thing? And, this is 5 hours, 29 minutes into that meeting. And Mr. Chambliss right there said, oh no, this is just 1 year. And when you adopt a curriculum, it undergoes this robust review where you compare it with the previous curriculum, and that's all presented. And so my point that I want to make is just that I haven't seen where that examination has been done, comparing that with the prior curriculum, where there's been that robust examination, where and really just the optics of this are not favorable to the district. It looks like you're trying to sneak something in. And I've heard a lot of people saying, oh, it looks like they're trying to slip something in or sneak something in. And that's suspicious. Now, I asked about that, and I appreciate, Trustee Watkins talking about this Engage New York. I hear that that's top of the line curriculum, but wouldn't it just be better to present, comparison of this? Just be transparent with folks, with parents who are responsible for supporting their kids at home. Because quite honestly, and this was told to Mr. Chin and Ms. Proctor and Dr. Rosas in their community engagement, parents don't want their kids as slaves to these Chromebooks. Parents don't want that. Parents did not feel that Zern, as it was implemented this year, was terribly successful. Yet, I'm personally am willing to have faith that this is a good thing, to believe the teachers, but this just has not been transparent. And that is the feedback that I would like to give, and hopefully that you would consider these processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Suzanne. Suzanne, go ahead.
Hi there. I just wanted to just reiterate that there's been many parent comments about this Zern, that it was not effective for their kids. There was people complaining over and over and over again that basically the system kept asking them what's 1 + 1. Didn't matter the grade level. So I think you really need to think about this. You need to look at this. I'm not sure that this is going to solve your problems. And once again, I think if you're going back to the classroom, you need to be in the classroom, not on a Chromebook. I think the Chromebooks that you guys have are kind of subpar compared to what my kids are used to using at home anyway. They don't like them. And I think that they need to get off of them in general. That kids have spent way too much time on technology over the past year, and they need to get back into pencil and paper because that's really where this learning is going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. President Chen, there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
Okay, I'm going to officially close public comment on this item. Thank you for everyone who provided your comments. Open up for board discussion. This is an item that is up for a vote, so we will need some sort of motion at some point too. Does anyone want to begin?
I'll make a comment. So when we originally talked about math, the math pathways and all that stuff, one of my concerns was really about community trust and being transparent. And so I know that this is, and Trustee Watkins talked about that, timing is of the essence here. And so we don't have a lot of time to really go, I guess, as deep as we'd want to on this. But I think that a bit more information about ZERN could have been shared with families, because I know, David, you mentioned that we only used the distance learning piece, but there's this whole other element for in the classroom. And so I think a lot of parents are we can only imagine what we've seen for the past year. And so I think that would be helpful to kind of show a little bit more about how it would be used in the classroom and how it's different than what we've experienced this past year. And it is true that we did get a lot of comments at our coffee chat about kids being on the computers all day. And so I don't know if the in the classroom piece of this, if kids would still be on their Chromebooks, or if it's live and in front of you, or how it's like. So I think that's one piece of this that's a little concerning. I was happy to hear that the teachers do support this program. I remember when we were going into distance learning and we had to pick a curriculum for math, and the teachers were concerned that they'd have to learn this whole new curriculum. And I'm pleased to hear that they like it, and that it worked well for them after learning a brand new system here. So I think that's great. But yeah, I think just because we know math is such a sensitive subject these days, being more transparent and more open and involving the community a bit would be ideal. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I know I shared some of my thoughts already, and I do agree with, the more information that we can give folks. I do, curriculum typically is something that, we do discuss. And so I think it's, I'm glad that we're discussing it now. And my understanding is, I need to go back. This is just for next year. Yes. Okay. And so I do think that as we think about how our curriculum evolves in general, kind of, because things should evolve, right? Like the pandemic should cause us to look at what we're using and how we're using it and how we're teaching in new and different ways, right? It would be a failure if it wasn't doing that. But I do think that, we need to be really, I guess, clear in our communication around that. And then again, I know I'm, beating a dead horse here, but making it based on data, because I actually think to the point around like there's parent concern around ZERN, but if we were able to show like this is the growth we've seen with our kids and our teachers really support it, then you can't argue with that, right? You can be like, oh, okay, this is really moving kids forward. Our educators are in support of this. Awesome. Like that's a clear win. And I think it's just hard when you kind of have some people saying like, and again, like my comments are going to be the same as they were for supporting the math decision. Like I'm going to, we trust our experts, the folks that are on the ground saying that this is something that they feel like is really helping their students. So, Kathy, thank you for sharing, and for all the teachers that, filled out the survey in support of, but it needs to be coupled with how we see that translate into outcome for kids. So just, I think something really important for us to make sure that we're doing moving forward.
Yeah, I am also going to say, I just feel like curriculum adoption does not belong under a consent agenda, and it definitely deserves a conversation around it, such as we're doing right now. Parents have been contacting us with their children's experience with Zern, and it does seem to be all over the place. Some kids excelled with it, other kids had problems with it. Some kids, just finished it all in 10 minutes. Some kids would get completely irritated with the fact that, something would happen to the Chromebook in the middle of the Tower of Power, and suddenly they had to start all over again, which was really frustrating. And some people just didn't like Mr. Sawicki. So, it just ran a gamut. I do feel like it would be good to hear what the plan is for implementation in the fall when we are returning to a full-time in-school schedule. Because quite clearly, I don't feel it's appropriate for students to be, learning a subject online in the classroom. I can see using it as enrichment. I can see using more of the Engage New York for an in-class curriculum, and then using the CERN to reinforce. But I would like to hear more about how that's going to work. As I think I've said before, I did spend a lot of time on the Engage New York website, as well as the Zern website under the About Zern section. I do like the fact that there is the opportunity to capture quite a bit of data. And I think it's just really important that instead of just collecting the data, that we actually use the data and use it to drive how we deliver our math curriculum and our math instruction to our students in the district. So I just would like to see a little bit more around that. And, I am aware that it is within the top 5% of the curriculums in the country. And I love the fact that it's very easily translatable into other languages. So it does have quite a bit going for it. I just think that we need to just hear a little bit more about the planned implementation.
I'll provide just a brief comments. Let's see. I guess my comments are more, I think CERN is fine. I think the way that we're going to move forward with it is fine. I think the expansion of CERN using more than just the distance learning sort of modules, I think is good. I have heard the feedback, Trustee Warren, when you were talking about how the Chromebook would freeze and everything else. And I clearly remember several times my kids like screaming and were like, no, I gotta start all over again. I always just looked at it and said, well, maybe that'll reinforce you to make sure that you knew what you're doing. But my comments actually are related to the technology in the classroom. I feel like we've had this huge leap in technology use, and I get where a lot of parents are coming in and saying, hey, we don't want to have a lot of technology in the classroom. I'm sensitive to that because I completely agree, but I also think that when it comes to Zern, and what I've seen with my kids is that they do use in the classroom, and there is like instant feedback, like as Catherine, our teacher, spoke up about. I've been in the classroom where I've been grading benchmark, Envision homework, and I know the teacher doesn't look at it until like the following week or so. We go through it, and here you have this ability where she can teach something, or the teacher can teach something in the classroom. Everyone can do it right there. It's in the classroom, it's just on the computer, and you can get instant feedback where you can pivot right away, or you can make a change the next day. And I think that's a really strong tool. And so to me, I think the technology in the classroom sort of needs to be balanced. I completely agree that we've gone way overboard on technology. I can't tell you how many fights we have about screen time at home. But how we do that in the classroom, I would sort of leave it up to the teachers, because I think Zern is the only distance learning curriculum, I think that or in Math and Math Nation is the only one that we're sort of continuing on. So therefore, maybe this is the only subject that's being talked about with the Chromebooks. But I would just sort of lean to the teachers to see how they would make things work there. Because I do think that there are some advantages. And as we go ahead and explore the further modules of Zern, maybe there's other things that we're going to discover that really make us, or really move the needle. So just my comments on that. So if there are no other comments, would someone like to make a motion on this item? We do need to have some sort of disposition on it, make some sort of action on it. Anyone? I guess the one question then is, does everyone feel like they have enough to actually make a decision and vote on it? Or is it just because it's 11:30 at night?
I'll make a motion to approve Zern and Math Nation.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor, for the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren. I can't, yeah.
I'm like, wouldn't unmute. Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, that item has passed. Before we move on, I said we would do a further check-in. It's now 11:30. That was about 2 hours ago. We do have a number of business and finance stuff as it relates to the budget. We have a Measure X item as well. Does anybody, we do have to do the budget stuff. Does anybody want to move anything off of the agenda now or continue it?
I think I vote to postpone anything that we can. Honestly, I'm really tired.
Sure, and I know we do have to continue a closed session after this, so just to remind everybody. Measure X was the only thing that was movable. Does anyone want to make a motion to continue that item to the next meeting?
I motion to continue Measure X to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Corzo, for the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. This is just to clarify a motion to move item 9.5 Measure X phases 1 and 2 update to the June 24th meeting. Roll call vote. Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Okay, so we are on to item 9.1, which is a public hearing. And is this the same thing, Patrick?
Yeah, just open the public hearing and then we'll see if folks have comments and then you can close the public hearing.
Okay, I'm officially opening the public hearing on the 2021-2022 fund balance in excess of minimum reserve level, and opening up to public comment if anybody wants to make a statement on this item.
Okay, for the members of the public that would like to make comment on this particular public hearing, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chen, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'll close this public comment on this item, and we're going to move to item 9.2, the actual item 2021-22 fund balance in excess of minimum reserve level. Patrick.
Yes, thanks, folks. I'll be brief, and as always, I'm happy to answer questions you might have between now and the next board meeting about any of these budget items. These are both informational items for you tonight, and we have the 24th coming up. So really quickly, we went through this exercise last year as well too. This document shows you what the assigned and unassigned ending fund balances are anticipated to be for the 21-22 budget year. You'll see in this line right here, it's expressed as $37 million. Deducted from that $37 million is the 3% economic uncertainty reserve, and that value of 3% economic uncertainty reserve is $5 million. That $5 million is deducted from your $37 million to come up with your $32 million, which is your assigned portion of your reserve. And within the listing here, we provide these listings of all these items here. You have that policy that says you have a 6% reserve, and that 6% reserve is comprised of this $5 million line item above here in this category, as well as this $5 million amount that's down below here. So those two items combined get you to your 6%. The sum of the items that are here below in this $32 million, this represents an overall about 19%. In addition to that 3%. And we had some items in this reserve and still have some items in this reserve, which, as you'll see at the bottom here too, we had this reserve for 1920 planned expenditures delayed by COVID. So some of your balance is still related to the impact that COVID had on delaying some particular expenditures. And then that was also compounded by some additional funding received, learning loss mitigation funds, and now some AB 86 funds, which has left this dollar amount in reserve. We also have in here your 1 month payroll reserve, which has been in practice of the district for some time, and some other components like vacation accrual, insurance deductible, mold insurance. So this is pretty straightforward for you. This gives you an itemization of what all those items are. And we have this reserve for capital projects in here as well too. Those dollar amounts add up to this $32 million. This again is just informational. This dollar amount is carried forward in excess of 175 page SACS report that we provided to you for tonight. Also, this same itemization is included in your SACS report as well too. So I just wanted to walk you through. We walked through that last year of how this form works, and this is an obligatory disclosure we have for you for this particular item. So this is just an information item. I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can walk through some of this too when we get to the next slide deck as well.
Thank you, Patrick. Does anyone have any clarifying questions on this item?
I had one quick question, Patrick. You said that the 1 month payroll was a practice of our district. Is that not a practice of other districts?
I know other districts do that as well, Ms. Proctor. And again, along the lines of what school services recommends as a reserve, particularly for the basic aid district. When basic aid districts experience volatility in their tax base, this is a practice that other districts adopt as well too. So
is it not, so could we not just add that in the other 5 million and say that our reserve balance is like 15% or what, or I don't know, 9%, whatever it is?
Certainly could, you could certainly contemplate doing that. We can have that discussion.
Okay, just curious, thanks.
Any other board member questions? No. Okay, let's public comment, please, Peter.
You already, oh, I'm sorry, you already had public comment in this, Ken. So.
Oh, but that's on the opening. I thought the notice.
I don't know if you need to have it a second time.
They may, people, once they've listened to you, may want to make a comment.
Yeah, just because it's a separate agenda item, I would think, yeah. So.
Anybody in the public that would like to make comment on this item? The 21-22 fund balance in excess, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, just President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, we'll close the public item hearing on this item. Any other board member discussions before we move to the next item? No? Okay. Let's move on to the public hearing. Oh, is this another opening, right?
Open a public hearing on this as well, too.
Yes, sorry. Okay, I need to.
That's okay.
I am officially opening up the public hearing on the 21-22 budget adoption and opening up public comment if anyone wants to make a comment on this particular item.
For the members of our public that would like to make comment on the 21-22 budget adoption public hearing, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment on this item and move us into 9.4, which is the actual 2021-22 budget adoption draft. Patrick.
Thank you. I just wanted to, we've provided you a, in addition to the 175-page SACS report, we provided you with a written narrative too about some highlights of the general fund, and we have the slide deck for you this evening. I just wanted to spend less than a minute just capturing for you a couple of items that have just recently been discussed. As the governor's budget is going to become finalized, there's a couple items we've heard about which have not been incorporated into this as of yet, but just to share with you some discussions that are happening which may influence the final budget that you do adopt. We've heard some discussion that there may be some adjustments to the mega COLA, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit about an explanation of the mega COLA. We've heard there are some discussions about some possibility changes to the PERS and STIRS contributions, which would be a positive change for us. We've heard about there might be some additional funding for the unemployment insurance increase, a pretty dramatic increase. That's a positive change for us. We've shared information with you and the superintendent about the universal TK proposal for basic aid districts. There is some discussion, there may be some funding changes for that. So that's a positive change for us. And that's a substantial item we have to monitor as a basic aid district. We have some other items too, which are positive. Just to share with you, I had a discussion with Andrew Solis, who's our director of nutrition today. He told me that this is the first time in his tenure at the district where he's seen the revenue for the month of May because of the change in funding for nutrition. That's a very positive change compared to what we were looking at last year about anticipating the elimination of that whole reserve. So that's positive. Just a couple of other items to share with you too, which we included in our narrative, just to highlight again. We still need to incorporate into our multi-year projection the second year of class size reduction that was negotiated and finalized. So we need to incorporate those expenses into the multi-year, and we will do that. Other two items just to share with you, we heard that wonderful presentation earlier tonight, and in our multi-year projection, we have not as of yet set aside a dollar amount for the new school in North Central. We know that there will be some reduction in the expenditures for things like transportation when that materializes, but also there are some dollars that we'll need to build into our budget as that discussion unfolds, that really wonderful conversation that we're having for the new school. So just to highlight that, so that's class size reduction in the new school. We have not incorporated any salary increases as of yet in the multi-year projection. There's negotiations that are underway. So just as a reminder, that'd be something we need to incorporate. And then the last two items to share with you too, before I walk through these slides really quickly, I know that you have to get back in a closed session, but we did have some follow-up conversations with the tax assessor, shared with you in prior conversations when we looked at the growth rate for the property tax in our district. I shared with you in a prior conversation that historically growth in property taxes for basic aid districts have always been in excess of the statutory goal that has been applied to revenue limits historically and the LCFF. And when talking to the tax assessor, we did confirm again with them, they still believe they were in about the 3.5% range. We've built 4% into our budget because we've historically seen that the initial forecast from the assessor is conservative. We've seen some percentage in excess of that. So we built in a 4% increase for you in the budget. And then when we went back and looked at this some more, the mega COLA that is being applied to the LCFF is comprised of a couple of different components. One component is the statutory COLA just for the particular fiscal year, and that is less than 2%. So that assessment of whether our property tax growth for the current year is in excess of the statutory COLA, that still holds true. The mega COLA is a hybrid COLA of prior year statutory COLAs that should have been applied, compounded with the current year to get to this mega COLA. So when we went back and looked at that and had some in-depth conversation with the tax assessor, that 3.5% that they estimated, they're still holding true. And what they really talked about is along the corridor, a lot of the businesses were affected. Although we're still seeing a very solid and stable real estate market. There are fewer properties on the market during COVID. We're seeing that start to turn some more now. So some of our tax growth historically has been related to turnover. So we're going to continue to monitor that as the year unfolds. Okay, so I'll walk through these slides pretty quickly for you. This is the budget development overview, which really talks about, we've reviewed your assumptions for the year. We've incorporated information from the LCAP and the governor's May revise. We've looked at enrollment and staffing needs for the upcoming year and relative to historical staffing that we had and the impacts of the state budget. When we closed the books in 1920, recall, we had a pretty significant difference between the estimated actuals and the unaudited actuals, and we made a commitment to not have a repeat of that. So the team has spent a lot of time on that. I want to thank everyone. Everyone is involved in development of this budget because it's a very comprehensive and collaborative process with all the departments throughout the district. So thanks to everybody for all their hard work. This highlights for you some of the variances we're seeing now between the budget for the year and then the estimated actuals. And so you can walk through these. On the state revenue side, we talk about for AB 86, there's only 50% because 50% is in the current year and 50% for next year. Okay, so that's part of the closing for the current year. These revenues at a high level are showing you that the reduction in the federal side is really, we've highlighted here this reduction in learning loss mitigation funds and some state funding on a one-time basis. So that's why there's that variance there between the current year and next year. On the expenditure side, we've incorporated the AB 86. We've got placeholders for the AB 86 expenditures. That's why you see this increase. A lot of these are one-time in nature. But that's looking at the 21-22 budget year. The components of the ending fund balance, this is the same information you saw previously on the information item you had previously. So this is the same itemization for the budget year and in out years. We're showing that just to really quickly, this delays number that's here, the $7 million in delays, we built that into an expenditure in books and supplies just as a placeholder in 23-24, but we have plenty of time to work on that. That's why there's that variance between 7.4 in that year and the 23-24 year. The components of the ending fund balance on the restricted side, again, rather than walking through all of these, this shows the ending fund balance for 2021 and then the estimated amounts in 21-22. So spending down some of these dollars in some of these categories, but still the opportunity to spend down some of these dollars. The parcel tax, also, we're looking at that second year, as I mentioned earlier, that second year of the class size reduction and looking at those funds to address that. So we also have some opportunities to evaluate some of these dollars and make some decisions around these dollars to affect strategically what we want to achieve in the form of student achievement. Okay, we list for these budget assumptions. You've seen these in the documents we provided to you previously. Again, the property tax growth we're building is 4%, a little bit higher than what the tax assessor is saying, but I think historically we've seen that growth. I think that will materialize too. And rather than walking all these in time, we've got an opportunity to come back with this list for you, all the budget assumptions we've talked about with you in previous documents. And then for each of those prospective years, we've walked through these for you as well in the budget assumptions, just so you know, a high level property tax growth in the budget year is 4%, and then the out years at 3%. Okay, so that's a kind of high level recap for you. May revise this itemized for you, the mega COLA being applied to the LCFF and the special ed funding we provided in the written narrative too, pension rate changes, what's happening with lottery, and the mandated block grant, the rates we're using for that, and then the CPI and interest rate. Okay, this is also just a commentary out of the school services. Ms. Proctor, you referred to this earlier too. This provides you with the average unrestricted general fund, any balances are for the different districts, and we can talk about how we want to categorize that for our district on a longer term perspective. And then this is give you a recap of the cycle. I just want to share with you too, I've had conversations with Superintendent Ochoa too. One of the things we talked about as well too, you've talked about this roadshow. I've certainly done a lot of those over the past couple of decades. Enjoy doing that. We'll work on that together as a team, work on the content of that. And then also, we've also talked about the development in the creation of and recreating a financial advisory committee. I think that's my experience from working with other districts. That's a really good instrument for us to spread that knowledge within the community and the community of our employees and parents and other folks too. So that's a quick recap for you, and hopefully I get you back into closed session quickly.
Yes, very fast. Clarifying questions, anyone?
Well, I do have one. I'm sorry, but
I have one too.
Okay, good. So Patrick, you mentioned the delays from the 1920 COVID pandemic of like 7-ish million, and you said that you moved it to books or something in that 1 year. Is that set aside for books, or that's just savings and we're just
No, it's just, we put it as a placeholder somewhere, Ms. Proctor, and it exists in your reserve. We can put that anywhere, just so you know, when you look at a multi-year, that's where it was placed. It's totally unrestricted, and we can decide what to do with those funds.
okay? So there wasn't like there were some books we were gonna buy, but we didn't buy it.
There was a delay in a textbook adoption. That's one of the things that was delayed. And so,
okay.
Again, these are unrestricted. We can work together with Superintendent Ochoa, with Mr. Chambliss as well too, and strategically how we want to utilize those funds.
Okay, thanks.
There was the interest in moving forward with the social studies adoption. And of course, we never figured that we would be in the pandemic and be separated for an entire year. So piloting would have been very difficult, and really utilizing a material that should be used in the classroom. So there is a need for some of that funding for next year as you go into your curriculum and adoption for social sciences and ethnic studies.
I just think my point was, if it wasn't set aside for books like to begin with, and this was some big savings because of COVID, then I just want to be transparent about that this is just extra money, or maybe that's not the case. But
you know what, Ms. Proctor, when we went through the exercise last year, we had an itemized listing of all those components. So I'm not sure if you use the word arbitrary. I'm sorry, it's late. I don't know if I heard you say arbitrary or not, but again, we certainly have the historical perspective on what those dollar values are, and we can certainly revisit that. Ken, you had a question as well?
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for that presentation. Just a clarifying question. One of the things that I always look forward to, and when we talk about budget and the money, is the 3-year projections. And I don't know whether or not it's in this presentation or whether it's in our
it's in your section. Yeah, and if you'd like,
okay.
I certainly can do a PowerPoint slide on that for you too, if you'd like.
I'll take a look at it. I just, just so this is
Sure.
not, well, thank you for that clarification. I'll just make my brief
You're
comment
welcome
now.
to give me a call, Ken, and I'm happy to go through it in detail with you.
Yeah, no, my only comment is that we did so much work through Measure V to make sure we got the district up and into the black, that, we know that Measure V is a 9-year limited term parcel tax. And so the issue is, I'm very conscious of that 3-year projection and wanting to make sure that we still maintain that we're basically in the black.
One of the other items too we called out for you in the written narrative too is that my understanding is that the expenses associated with the ongoing expenses associated with what the parcel tax was used for is something we need to strategically revisit. If in the event that parcel were not to renew, we have a commitment of some ongoing expenses. So I think longer term for us to work on, it'd be beneficial for us to do that. I think that's one of the things too in the financial advisory committee level, to develop that appreciation for the long-term financial health and well-being of the district. That's a vehicle to use because there's plenty of time to talk about that. We've got a long time on the runway to get to the point where, I mean, if that were not to renew, we'd have plenty of time to talk about that.
Although it does seem like it could come up very quickly. So thank you.
Was it 6 years left? Oh my God.
You know,
I have more gray hair.
So. Yeah. Okay. Any other clarifying questions from the board? No. Okay. Public comment, please, Peter.
Are there any members of the public that would like to make public comment on the budget adoption of 21-22? Please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. President Chin, we have no hands for public comment.
Thank you, Peter. I'm officially closing public comment on this item. Anyone want to wrap up with board member comments? I know this is a draft and we will be coming back. When is it for the adoption next meeting?
24th, yeah.
June 24th, okay. Any comments? Nope.
Thanks, everybody.
Going twice. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we have continued item 9.5 and item 10.1 was pulled. So we are at item 11, board member statements and requests for future agenda items. Anyone like to go first?
I kind of wanted to make a request based off of some of the discussions, and this is probably something that we'll be engaging in anyways, but that we engage in some like kind of strategic planning, and under which we kind of look at the board agenda builder for the next school year as a board. I feel like there are a lot of agenda items that have been thrown out in terms of things that we need to kind of cycle back to. And so I think if we are able to kind of just collectively work on sort of like plotting that out, I'm thinking like posters, you know, some sort of situation like that, that could be a good maybe summer activity. So.
I'll ditto on that one. I think also like be great to do some type of like outdoor retreat or team building activity. And then I really want us to, like, you know how we used to do board study sessions on like effective practices. David used to do those with us. I really would love to do something like that and dig into our interventions and do some learning about that, and specifically our reading interventions that we're using, and you know what maybe we could be using instead, and there was something else. Oh, and I also would love for us to have a presentation from on our English learner roadmap. Yeah, I think that's it for now.
I would also like to get some sort of an update on special education. Again, child find numbers. I'd also like to hear more about plans for inclusion, especially as they pertain to next year.
Okay, I have been asked the question by a San Mateo City Council person to ask the question to the board. There is an item that is moving forward between the City of San Mateo and the City of Burlingame regarding the Peninsula 101 interchange and the possible closure of Poplar Avenue. As you all know, Poplar Avenue does separate College Park from San Mateo High School. There was a pedestrian collision at the crosswalk right next to College Park in between San Mateo High School a couple of years ago. They are looking for support from the school district to possibly close Poplar Avenue and make the Peninsula 101 interchange into a full-blown interchange. It was requested by a council member, and what they are looking for specifically is a letter from the school district supporting their efforts to make that into an interchange. I know that we can't talk about it, but if there is something that that the board wants to do, we can draft a letter and bring it to consent and then move forward. But that's only if anybody wants to do that. So I will just raise it here. And then if you guys want to do that, just talk to Dr. Rosas, and then we can probably talk to our liaisons tomorrow as well. So that's just my only agenda item specifically, that we may end up coming back with a consent item on that if the majority wants to do that. Just in terms of a member statement, I just want to thank everybody for this school year. We are now, a few days away from Tuesday from our pandemic year, school year of hell and everything that we've done through distance learning. And I know, as Trustee Corzo had mentioned, it's taken a toll on all of us, on everybody, in many different ways. whether it's food security, housing, you know, dealing with childcare, whatever it is, the stresses that we've all had over the last year have all been very difficult. And I just want to thank everybody for their patience and for their sort of continued commitment to our school district. And thank everybody who's worked like endless hours over this year. And I hope that you all have a good promotions and graduations and really recover and hopefully sort of get refreshed over the summer for the next school year. So I know Dr. Roses, we will have comments about your retirement at the next board meeting. But I do want to thank you too. But everybody, I want to thank everybody for everything that you guys have all done. Parents, community members, teachers, administrators, classified, certificated staff, everybody. So even district office employees. So thank you. All right, any other comments, statements, anything? Okay, we are moving on to future agenda, future meeting dates, Dr. Roses.
And those are listed in your book, so I won't go over them.
Okay. Uh-oh, our alarm is going off here. Do we
That's all
overstay our
right.
welcome?
Peter will take care of it.
Okay. Well, we are now adjourning, but we need a motion to adjourn, but actually to reconvene into closed session. So would someone like to make that motion? I'm surprised there's no flashing lights here.
I
Actually,
motion to reconvene to closed session and apologize for everyone seeing me count on my fingers. I was counting how many hours I've been doing this since earlier with meetings.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Corzo for the motion and Trustee Watkins for the second. Roll call vote, Trustee Corzo.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Warren.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. We are adjourned at 12:03, but we'll all move over to our Google Meet for a closed session. Thank you, everybody, for attending this meeting. See you next time.